Thank you. And good morning, everybody. It's approximately 9 a.m. on Thursday, March the 5th of 2026. This is day 7 in the Lakefront Park Improvements hearing, City of Lake Forest Park. One procedural thing before we get back to our testimony, and that is simply that if you recall, I have advised you in the past days that I had 2 pre-hearing conferences booked for tomorrow, one at 10 and one at, I think it was 1 o'clock. Yeah. The attorneys for the parties involved in the forfeiture case that was going to be heard at 1 o'clock sent me a settlement that they have both executed this morning, which I will be accepting. And I have notified them that their conference tomorrow is canceled. So my afternoon conflict is gone. I still think I know the morning pre-hearing conference is going to happen. I think it'll take only an hour, but I think I better give myself 2 hours because it's a bunch of unrepresented people who may have some procedural issues to try and understand and sort through. So, that being the case, I can move up my start time for tomorrow comfortably to 1 o'clock. So, if we don't finish today, we'll be starting tomorrow at 1 instead of at 2. Give us an extra hour. I hope that works for the principals. All right. When we recessed yesterday, Ms. Pratt was conducting direct examination of Mr. Kahlo, and both are here. And so we can continue on with that. And Mr. Kahlo, I simply remind you, you're still under oath.
Understood.
Ms. Pratt?
Thank you. Mr. Kahlo, yesterday you testified regarding Exhibit 12. That's the city's biological assessment. Can you tell us about any changes or revisions you anticipate becoming of that biological assessment?
Yes, and there will be significant revisions to the biological evaluation at the request of the Army Corps and National Marine Fisheries. There was a jurisdictional conflict between what the Corps thought was appropriate to be assessed in the biological evaluation and what NIMS thought was appropriate to be assessed in the biological evaluation.
Just for the record, what is NIMS?
Oh, sorry, NIMS. That's National Marine Fisheries Services.
Thank you.
And so in the end, the decision was made by both agencies that NIMS, and within the context of the BE and the Corps, will not be taking jurisdiction over any of the upland work, anything above the ordinary high water mark. So NIMS has requested, and the Corps has requested, that the BE be revised to remove all references to anything happening above the ordinary high water mark. So the only elements that will be addressed in the revised BE will be the new dock, the removal of the old docks, and the removal of the bulkhead. Additionally, NIMS requested some further clarification as to why there was a determination that the pile driving activities could cause injury or mortality to listed fish. And along that same line, we received the HPA from WDFW, which has required provisions in it to use noise attenuating measures while doing the pile proofing. So the piles are going to be driven with a vibratory hammer, and then they'll be proofed with an impact hammer. And so
what does that mean? Sorry, proofed. What does that mean?
So that's they proof it to it's the way that they ensure that the pile is sufficiently embedded into the substrate to remain solid.
Okay.
That's done with an impact hammer. That's a minor component at the end of the driving, but it will occur. And impact pile driving can injure or kill fish. Vibratory pile driving does not, regardless of the noise, the decibel measurements It's the way the sound waves work. And I don't think I need to get too much into detail on that, but and so within the HPA, WDFW is requiring the use of what's effectively a large wooden block between the top of the steel piles and the steel impact hammer during those proofing activities. And that helps to reduce the sound generated during the impact driving. If you can think about what it sounds like to hit metal against wood, it's a lot quieter than hitting metal against metal.
Yeah.
An additional mitigation measure that WDFW is requiring is the use of bubble curtains. And a bubble curtain it's actually a pretty simple device. You have an air pump upland, and the air pump is connected to a hose that goes under the water, and the hose wraps around the piles, and it's perforated, and the compressor blows air through it, and it comes up as bubbles that form a curtain around the pile. And those bubbles help to reduce the sound from the pile driving activities. So it's a mitigation measure that's often used.
Okay.
And so we need to reassess what the noise impacts will actually be during these pile driving activities. And in the original BE, the approach was kind of a absolute sort of worst case scenario in what was discussed as the potential measurements of the noise and how far that noise will extend and what effects that could have on fish. In going back and applying these noise minimization measures and using NIMP's own tool, they have a spreadsheet that's a very useful spreadsheet that has a long list of documented noise generated by pile type, what's the material, what's the shape of it, what's the size of it, and what's the depth of water it's being driven into, and what noise attenuation measures are being implemented. And so per their tool, a 12-inch steel pile with a wood block placed at the top, driven into 2 meters of water, generates a specific noise output. And so and plus the bubble curtain. And so when we put that into the calculator, both the noise generated and the extent to which it can be until it reaches sort of background levels or below the disturbance threshold shrinks dramatically from what's in the BE. The BE currently notes that injury to fish smaller than 2 grams would extend 5,200 feet from pile driving activities. For fish larger than 2 grams, 2,800 feet from pile driving activities. And it notes that behavioral modifications could be experienced out to 24,000 feet from pile driving activities. Adjusting for the information in NIP's tool and the noise attenuation measures that are going to be implemented, that actually changes to an injury threshold for fish less than 2 grams of 9 feet from pile driving activities, and fish greater than 2 grams at 5 feet from pile driving activities. The behavioral disturbance threshold will be 152 feet from pile driving activities. So when you take into account these very, very small areas for potential injury, in particular, 150 feet for disturbance, that's, it could cause the fish to move out of the area type of thing. Combine that with the fact that the in-water work windows will be applied, which are when
sorry, if you could just go further, in-water work windows.
Yeah, the in-water work windows, which are designated by WDFW and the Army Corps, the most restrictive will apply. That's when the salmon are least likely to be in the action area. Those things in combination means that the likelihood of fish being there and the likelihood of fish being injured or even disturbed is insignificant and discountable. So the determination in the BE will be revised from a may affect likely to adversely affect to a may affect not likely to adversely affect.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's see, I'm going to turn to Exhibit 10. And this is Exhibit 10, the city's critical area report. And there was testimony by Ms. Highland that there were no goals by which to measure the performance standards that are now a condition or recommended condition in the staff report. Can you explain if there were any goals in Exhibit 10?
Yes, and it's I think the way you stated it is sort of the inverse. The
Thank
goals
you.
don't measure the performance standards. The performance standards measure whether the goals are met.
Great.
And yes, within the critical areas report, the section you're pointing out where it points to Appendix B, which is the restoration/mitigation plan. It does list the goals. Now, I don't know why, it seems to be a typographical error where it says goals 2 and 3. There is no goal 1, so it should be goal 1 and 2, but
Mhm.
those are the goals of the mitigation plan, and the goals written here are consistent with this type of mitigation plan, industry standard type of goals. And then the performance standards in the staff report, the recommended performance standards in the staff report will adequately ensure that these goals are met when the performance standards are met.
Thank you. And then I believe it was yesterday, it might have been the day before, hearing examiner Galt brought up the idea of mitigation banking when there was testimony regarding wetland B. If could you go ahead and respond to that issue, mitigation banking?
Sure. It's still my opinion that mitigation banking will not be necessary because I don't think that there's going to be a loss of wetland associated with the project. However, if Mr. Hearing Examiner decides to put that in as a condition, mitigation banking could be achieved. There is the Keller Farm Wetland Mitigation Bank, which is located along Bear Creek in Redmond. The project area is within the service area for the Keller Farm Mitigation Bank. Wetland B is a Category 3 wetland, and per the mitigation banking instrument that's been approved for the Keller Farm Bank, Category 3 wetlands are mitigated at a ratio of 1 credit. It's a 1-to-1 ratio, and in the case of the mitigation bank, a credit refers to, in a 1-to-1, it would be 1 credit equals 1 acre of wetland impacts. And so then that would obviously be adjusted for the size of wetland B. I don't know, it's maybe 1,000 square feet. So whatever that comes out to, but that math could be done
Okay.
in a bank use plan if required.
Okay.
There's also possibilities for, and this is consistent with the guidance that ecology and the interagency review team has written for the use of mitigation banks and for determining impacts. The full impact, that full 1-to-1 ratio assumes a total wetland loss. That's typically for filling the wetland and making all functions disappear. For more indirect impacts or things that could be seen as temporary impacts or things that could be seen as maybe a conversion of vegetation types, but the wetland functions still generally remain, or only one of the functions is significantly impacted, those mitigation ratios can be reduced, and the impact, instead of being considered a full impact, could be considered 50% of an impact or even 25% of an impact. And so if that's what's determined, the necessary mitigation bank credits would be adjusted to reflect that.
Okay. And have you given any thought to whether or not um, a condition could be written for any monitoring to be done before wetland credits are required to be purchased?
It certainly could. The mitigation plan and the requires 5 years of monitoring for the buffer and wetland mitigation areas. So there could be some sort of a provision added that in conjunction with monitoring the establishment of the new vegetation in those areas, we could also theoretically monitor the continued presence of vegetation in wetland B. And if it's determined during the course of that monitoring that the vegetation has been adversely affected in ways that we don't anticipate, then use of a mitigation bank could be required to offset those types of impacts.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Callow.
Thank you. Mr. Aneker, do you wish to cross-examine?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Callow. How are you today?
Morning, doing well. How are you?
I am all right. I've been here for a while now, but I suppose you have too. All right. So let's jump right into it. Now, what are the wetland criteria again?
It needs to meet hydrophytic vegetation, which is more than 50% of the plants present in the wetland data point need to be facultative or wetter. So facultative wetland or obligate. It needs to have hydric soil indicators present, and there's a long list of what those hydric soil indicators could be. And then it needs to have wetland hydrology. So either direct observations or evidence that the soil in the upper 12 inches is saturated for at least 2 weeks, 2 consecutive weeks during the growing season.
And of those three criteria, which is the most variable year to year?
The hydrology would be.
Okay, why is that?
Because precipitation events are not constant.
So are you familiar with the concept of problematic scenarios outlined in the Army Corps' regional supplement?
I am.
And what criteria do you need to have hydrology be considered problematic?
You would need to have confirmation of the presence of vegetation, hydrophytic vegetation, and hydric soils. And you would need to have something along the lines of maybe water diversions are present, extended drought years are occurring at the time of the of the delineation study, significant alterations to the natural hydrology.
Okay. But when you have hydrophytic vegetation and hydric soils during the dry season, then that could qualify as a problematic scenario, couldn't it?
It could under some circumstances.
Even if you don't have any hydrology indicators?
It could under some circumstances.
Do you recall what the manual instructs someone doing a wetland delineation to do in that scenario?
I
I'm
believe
gonna object to what scenario Mr. Aneker is referring to.
Please clarify
Well,
for the question.
Pardon?
I said, please clarify
Okay.
on the question for the question.
In a scenario where you have problematic hydrology, as you just described it, what does the manual say to do in that scenario?
I could pull it up if you would like, so I don't misspeak.
Mr. Kalen, can you provide that for Mr. Callow?
Yeah, I sure.
Thank you.
Here. Okay. This is the manual we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Go a bit down here. Okay, so looks like pages are not numbered, but we are on PDF page 127.
Okay.
And the title is Wetlands that periodically lack indicators of wetland hydrology, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so there is procedure, and go ahead and just review that.
Sure. We already talked about procedure number 1, verifying that hydrophytic vegetation and hydric soil indicators are present. So you proceed to step 2, which is to verify that the area is in a landscape likely to collect or concentrate water, and that lists what the appropriate landscapes are.
Okay. And then 3, looks like that one is following the approaches. And what is the first one? The first one under 3A there.
Well, if the guidance and the site conditions you're observing were to direct you to step 3, meaning you've satisfied steps 1 and 2, the first one is to determine whether wetland hydrology is present.
Okay.
Explain your rationale.
But what is 3A?
That's 3A is to determine whether or not you're there in the dry season.
Okay. What is the first words after the first sentence after A there?
Site visits during the dry season. Determine whether the site visit occurred during the normal annual dry season.
Okay. And so returning to sites that you visited in the dry season is a normal part of wetland delineations, correct?
Can you define your meaning of normal?
Within the guidelines presented by the Army Corps manual?
When it is problematic and you have satisfied the steps in procedures 1 and 2, it can be implemented.
Okay, so it is an option then. It's not.
It's an option.
Okay, that's all I wanted to check there. So we'll go ahead and unshare that. And yesterday you said that there are or let me rephrase that so I get a little closer to what you said. Going during the wet season is advantageous or has advantages. Going during the wet season has advantages. What are those advantages?
Well, if you're there during the wettest or after sort of the wettest part of the year and the earliest portion of the growing season, that is when you're most likely to see active evidence of hydrology.
Okay. And I'm sorry, going back to the beginning of your testimony, do you yourself go out on wetland delineations?
Yes.
Okay, you do. You don't just review them.
Objection, he's answered. He said yes.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you ever revisit sites?
Yes.
Do you ever go in the dry season and then come back in the wet season?
I have occasionally.
Okay. Can wetlands be isolated?
Yes. That has a specific definition.
What is the definition of an isolated wetland?
That is a wetland that is not have a direct continuous surface water connection to a water of the state as defined by the federal government.
Go any further. Let me bring up. No, sorry about that. Okay. Okay, and this is the exhibit 011, the stream and wetland delineation, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed this document as part of the process of putting it together in the first place, correct?
yes.
And you did not actually go on site for the stream delineation?
I was not present during the delineation, though.
Okay. So we're looking at data point nine's sheet, correct?
Yes,
And I believe you said some things yesterday about the how I would pronounce it, the Quercus robar. I think
yes.
there might be room for disagreement on the pronunciation. What is the common
Yeah.
name for that plant?
English oak.
Okay, we can just call it that then.
Agreed.
So you mentioned that inclusion of that English oak was standard practice on the data form
Correct.
and that it should be considered upland.
Correct.
Is the English oak on the national wetland plant list?
No, and that's why it's considered upland, because that's what the guidance directs you to do.
Okay. Is that specifically what the guidance directs you to do, or is it more complicated than that?
The guidance says if the species is not listed, it's presumed upland.
There's no requirement that you do any research to determine whether or not it is in fact upland.
No, there's no specific requirement to do that.
Okay. What would you do if research showed that it is not typically an upland species?
What research?
If you were to do research.
Research on, I'm going to object. The question is confusing.
Okay.
Yeah, please rephrase.
Were you to, so it is not on the plant list. Were you to do any research regarding whether or not the habitat requirements of the Quercus robar matched an upland species, and that research suggests that it did not, is there anything to do then?
I I don't I don't know how I can answer that.
Okay.
I'm not in isolation going to conduct my own research as to whether or not the species in general acts in a way that's different from how the guidance directs you to apply the indicator status.
Okay. So going to go ahead and share my screen on a different page. Okay, is this webpage familiar to you, Mr. Callow?
Yeah, I believe this is a recently updated version of it.
Okay, so recently, and what is it?
It's a bit of a guidance document prepared by the Army Corps
Okay, guidance document for what?
for frequently asked questions.
Okay, regarding anything in particular?
Recently approved plant list.
Okay, is it the National Wetland Plant List?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and direct your attention to number 2 on this, or actually up at the top here. What is the frequently asked question that's being discussed?
What if your plant is not on the National Wetland Plant List?
Okay, and that's relevant to what we were just discussing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm going to direct you to number 2 on that. If you could just read that really quickly.
Do you want me to read it out loud?
You may as well.
There are still many plant species that have not been evaluated for their frequency of occurrence in wetlands, particularly rare and uncommon species, and those that may have recently moved into a region. A quick internet search for your species will frequently yield some reputable sources for known species habitat preferences. If they indicate the species mostly occurs in dry areas, then upland is the appropriate indicator. If they indicate mostly wetter habitat, then there is no valid indicator for the species. If you should run across such species, I encourage you to submit them for review by our national and regional panels so that we can develop appropriate indicator status ratings for these species.
So, in other words, the guidance is not to do no research when you see a plant that you are not familiar or that is not on the plant list.
The guidance for situations of problematic vegetation is to be implemented when you have confirmation of hydric soils and hydrology.
Okay. So you don't need to do any research despite what the Army's saying here.
I'm gonna object. Mr. Anaker is embedding what he believes the Army Corps is saying.
Well, I think the question does have some embedded content that should not be there. So if we can rephrase.
Certainly. So, actually, I will. So it's your testimony that it is not necessary to conduct research when you encounter a species that is not on the list, in spite of any directive contained in the FAQ here.
I'm gonna object that it's not a fact that the directive says you have to do research.
It is your testimony that you don't do any research on whether or not a plant is upland when it is not on the list.
It would be uncommon within the industry to do independent research on a single plant when there are no other wetland indicators present that would suggest this plant is behaving in a way that it is not.
Okay. And there were no other wetland indicators at data point 9?
There's not hydric soils and hydrology, no.
Okay. Didn't you testify yesterday that it was incorrectly not checked for sandy redox?
For the hydric soil indicator, yes, but there is no hydrology indicators.
So what you just said was wrong. There is hydric soil at the site.
No, what I said was it did not have hydric soils and hydrology.
Okay. Okay, it had one of them.
It has one of them.
Okay. And this was another one where you did not dig down to the 24 inches to check for dry season water table, correct?
I don't have the exact depth in front of me, but if you could pull up the data sheet, I could confirm that.
Can. Okay, put this back up. Okay. Where, see, it looks like, have you seen what you need to see there, or?
So they dug down to 20 inches.
Okay. Okay, so they dug to 20, but not to 24.
Not to 24.
Okay, and the soil was damp at 16, it looks like it says at the bottom?
That's what it says.
Okay. So the soil was damp at 16, but it wasn't worth it to dig those extra 4 inches.
Well, they did dig 4 inches below 16, and it was damp. It was not saturated. That's a distinction.
Okay.
And if you were to have a dry season water table at 24 inches, you would likely get some capillary fringe of saturation above that for a few inches.
Is it required in order, is that capillary action required in order for C2 to be checked?
Or see,
You
Dry
identified
season water
C2.
table.
no, it's not required.
So it's just, it's normal to find damp soil, dig 4 inches, and then not dig another 4 inches to actually check for a dry season indicator?
Finding damp soils is not atypical, even in non-wetlands. And the dry season water table is a single secondary hydrology indicator.
Why would the soil be damp at 16 inches?
Because it would depend in some ways on the actual soil type. And 16 inches below the ground surface, the soil is that deep is less exposed to potential for evaporation. So it could be remnants from the rainy season, or it could be remnants from a previous rain event.
Remnants from the rainy season, like there was more water there in the rainy season than there is now at the time of the testing.
What's the date on the data form?
It was on October 31st.
October 31st. So that is getting into the rainy season. Yes.
Getting
And it
into
is a
the rainy season.
normal condition. The month of September was noted as a wetter than normal month. October was noted as a normal month. So the last day of October is in the rainy season.
So you say they're noted as normal months. It looks like there's a remark on there that there was a drier than normal August and September.
Right.
Was that a mistake?
No. What that is referencing is, and if you recall my testimony yesterday when we talked about the WETS tables, the WETS tables take into account the preceding 3 months before the month that you were there doing your inspection. And so for the month of August, that would be what were the conditions in May, June, and July, with extra emphasis put on July as compared to June, as compared to May. In September, it would be what is September based on the months of June, July, and August. And so in that context, August and September, per the WETS tables, based on the 3 preceding months, were considered drier than normal. The month of September itself, per the WETS tables, was considered wetter than normal. And the month of October, based on July, August, and September was considered normal. The month of November, which is the next day, based on August, September, and October, was also considered normal. The individual month of October was considered normal.
Okay. So this remark doesn't really mean anything for us today then.
No, it actually doesn't really mean much.
Okay.
It's not particularly relevant.
So it's just a waste of ink.
Objection. It's being argumentative with the witness.
Sustained.
What soils were present at this site?
A lot of sand.
Okay. Does sand hold on to water better than other soils?
No, it does not.
How does it compare to other soils?
Sand has larger grain size, more pore space between the grain size. So it's more of a free draining soil.
Okay, so it drains faster than normal soils.
It would generally be considered, now there can be individual variations, but it is generally considered a well-draining soil.
Okay. And so slightly damp sand at 16 inches could just be a remnant of earlier rains.
It could be.
Okay, so looking here, we're at data point 7. Oh, wait, no, this isn't what I wanted. Okay, let's look at data point 4 here. So this
What page
one,
are we on?
oh, I'm sorry, this is PDF page 23, Bates 0198.
Thank you.
So data point 4 here.
Mhm.
And now this data point was determined to be within a wetland, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So and it looks like the hydrology on this one was determined by the geomorphic position and the FAC or the fact neutral test, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there is no note of the soils in this one being damp. Is that correct?
No, there's just a note that it's in a floodplain.
Is it odd that there would be a note about a damp soil outside of a wetland and inside the wetland there is no note of a damp soil?
Well, if the soil wasn't damp, then that would make sense that they didn't mention it.
But nothing about that is unusual, that there would be more water where there's no wetland and water where there.
Objection. That's not what the form says. More water in one place than the other.
Is it relevant that there is a note of damp soil where there is a wetland, or where there is not a wetland, and no note of damp soil where there is a wetland?
I think our biologists, and based on my experience doing delineations at Facet and the Watershed Company, were trying to be overly cautious and provide as much data as they could so as not to obscure anything and leave off something like damp soil. There's no requirement in the data to even say that there was a dampness at 16 inches. In terms of the indicators of hydrology, a floodplain is a geomorphic position. Fact neutral test is another secondary indicator. So that's what was relied on in accordance with the guidance. We apply secondary indicators where they're present. We don't where they're not.
But DP4 and DP9 are going to be receiving the same amounts of rain, correct?
Rain?
Rain.
They receive the same amount of rain, but not water.
You said, could you clarify that?
DP4 is in the floodplain.
But no mention of dampness.
No mention of dampness.
Okay, there we go. I'm sorry, there are many exhibits with many pages. Let's bring up this one. So here, we'll go really quick to top just so we can identify it. This is the preliminary geotechnical report, correct?
Correct.
What exhibit number is that, please?
013.
Thank you.
And we are going to be journeying to PDF page 10, Bates 0384.
Thank you.
So this is, did you write this report?
No.
Okay. Did you review it though?
Yes.
So that last paragraph there discusses groundwater monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
To your knowledge, was there groundwater monitoring conducted?
The last paragraph, groundwater.
The last paragraph of section 3.4 before section 4.0 begins.
Yes, it mentions groundwater monitoring is in progress.
Okay. Do you know if that was completed?
I do not.
Okay. And the last last three sentences are groundwater levels at the site are expected to be strongly influenced by the water level in Lake Washington. High groundwater elevations may also vary with weather conditions, particularly during and following the wet season, and may also be influenced by Lyon Creek. Correct?
That's what it says.
And had you reviewed this report at the time of the wetland delineation?
No, this report was written after the wetland delineation.
When you reviewed this report, did you consider the possibility that shifting groundwater levels may have impacted the wetland delineation?
That is always a consideration in a wetland delineation.
After reading this report, was it brought forward to mind or to the fore of your mind?
It was already in my mind. It's standard.
And reading this report did not make you consider a return site visit in the dry season?
No, it did not.
Okay. Actually, let's bring that back up here really quick. So we're on page 24, PDF page 240398, section 4.4, stormwater infiltration. Do you recall reviewing this section?
I have read through it.
Okay. Do you recall what it says about the suitability for stormwater infiltration?
It says that the soils are not considered appropriate for using permeable pavement and anticipating the necessary infiltration rate required for that.
And does that suggest anything about the site's hydrology?
That is a statement about the soils, not the hydrology.
But does that knowledge about the soils lead you as an experienced scientist and wetland and groundwater expert to conclude anything about the site's hydrology?
No, that's a discussion about soils.
Okay, so you
And
can't infer anything from that.
I can infer that infiltration coming from the top down is not sufficient enough to allow for permeable pavement per the standards of that design.
Um, Mr. Kahlo, what is the best place in the record to find an image of the survey that you know of?
The survey
The
would
survey,
be
yes.
in Exhibit 46, I believe.
Okay, let's go.
I think it's sheet 3, I think. Not
Okay.
sure, but
Okay, and this is this the one here? This is PDF. This is Exhibit 46, PDF page 31099 Bates. There's no better image of the survey in the record that you know of.
That is the survey.
Okay. Now, I think why I'm bringing this up might become clear in a second. Let's see here. Can you read that?
Not sufficiently.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a very high quality image that's been provided. Let's try the biological evaluation, unless you have access to a better image of it than I do.
That's
I
your
think
exhibit.
yesterday somebody did have a better image. I would just note for the record that the image that I see on my screen is like this when it gets blurred when you really zoom in. But if I recall correctly, one of you folks found an
I can,
extant copy of it that was quite clear.
It was
I don't-
not a different copy. It was a different computer doing the zooming in. When I zoomed in on my computer, it did not go far enough. Mr. Callows did. It was the same
I can-
exhibit.
I can attempt to pull it up and see if it's any better on my end.
Okay, I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay. Can everyone see this?
Yes.
I don't know if that's much better.
Not a lot. A little bit, but it's like it's got a shadow image on all the text. Can you work with
I
this
think-
this picture, Mr. Anaker?
No, I'm gonna try putting up a better one. Or I'm gonna try putting up be helpful if we received a higher quality image, but it looks like we only have this low quality one. Let's try exhibit. Let's try exhibit 12. Do I already have that up? Oh, I'm having technical difficulties, of course.
Well, it's the BE, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll try that. One. Okay. So we'll do a little bit more foundation here. Mr. Call, I'll represent that this is exhibit 12. It looks like PDF page.
We are not seeing exhibit 12.
No. You seeing exhibit 12 now?
Possibly.
Maybe.
Okay. Well, let's just go to the top, make this easy on us. All right, so that is exhibit 12, the biological evaluation. And we're going to go down to now I've lost it. It's okay, here we go. This is PDF page 560327, the site demolition plan. However, can you see on my screen, Mr. Kahlo? It looks like there are some things. It appears that this sheet is based on something else overlaid over the survey. Is that representative of what you're seeing?
It appear well, there's some hatching. Otherwise, I can only assume that everything else in here was surveyed. The buffer would have been added, or the setback line there would have been added.
I suppose the most important part is, do you see a series of flags marked on this image?
Yes, those were surveyed.
Okay, so there are the survey flags visible on this sheet.
Yes.
And as far as you can tell, they're not different than what is depicted on the survey.
I'm gonna object that question is confusing.
From your knowledge of these drawings, the depictions of flags on this, on the drawing that we are currently looking at are not different than what appears on the survey document.
Yes, I believe that the flags and the labels are consistent with this as the survey document. Those are the surveyed flags.
Okay. So I think we can continue with that. So if I understand your testimony here, your previous testimony, there are a number of flags, the black-pink flags, which black-pink is the typical flag for delineation of wetland, correct?
Correct.
And there are a number of those black-pink flags that are placed along the ordinary high water mark, going down the shoreline. Correct?
Correct.
In the for what
Portions
it's
of the
worth,
shoreline. Portions of the shoreline.
gentlemen, in the for what it's worth category, while you've been doing that, I brought up Exhibit 46, PDF 3, which is the survey sheet that we were trying to work with before. And there are more flags on that sheet. It's fuzzy. I can't tell what they're saying. But for example, between along the shoreline, from where that blue dashed line hits the shoreline, from there down to the bottom of your exhibit, there are more flags shown on Exhibit 46, Sheet 3, than there are here. I don't know what they are because I can't read them, but I just want to say the flags that you see here are on the other one, but there are other flags on the other one as well, for whatever whatever it means to us.
Okay. Well, let's proceed as best we can then. So, do you flag all lake shores as wetlands?
No,
No.
we flag them as lake shores.
Is that only when there are wetland conditions below the ordinary high water mark?
Is what only?
When you flag the ordinary high water mark of a lake as a wetland?
No, the ordinary high water mark of the lake is not dependent on wetland conditions.
Okay. So, but are the conditions in which you flag the ordinary high water mark as a wetland when there are wetland conditions below that ordinary high water mark?
Yes, that can be the case. Yes. If we flag wetland, that's would generally be the case.
So looking at this, there are a number of flags, as we talked about, that are wetland flags that are along the ordinary high water mark. So the way that this wetland or this wetland was delineated, there is a wetland there.
As I stated in my testimony yesterday, those areas where they observed any extent of vegetation below the ordinary high water mark, out of an abundance of caution, they continued the wetland flags contiguous with the ordinary high water mark flags in those locations.
So was the delineation inaccurate?
In terms of those areas below the ordinary high water mark meeting the criteria of a wetland as related to the density of vegetation required to be considered a wetland, those areas are not meeting the standards for a wetland.
So that portion of the delineation is erroneous.
That portion of those wetlands flags B6, B7, I can't see the rest of what you got going on there, are not on the edge of a wetland.
Okay. Is it your standard practice to update the delineation when it is found to be erroneous?
Objection, he didn't say erroneous. He said those flags, B6 and 7, are not on the edge of a wetland.
Is it your practice to update a delineation when wetland flags are placed not on a wetland?
It's not unusual to conservatively flag in the field and then do a little bit more research when you're putting together the figure subsequent to that, particularly when we're dealing with something as clearly marginal as this.
But anyone looking at this, such as ecology or a hearing examiner, is going to see wetland on paper, aren't they?
What is shown on there is the surveyed flags. We are not going to change the surveyed flags after the delineation, after they're surveyed. They were there, but the survey is not what we are considering as the delineated wetland.
When did you make the determination that those wetland flags were not placed in wetlands?
It would have been done prior to the preparation of the figure, is my assumption. I wasn't involved at that point.
So you don't actually know that decision took place.
I did consult with the members of the team, and they said, yes, they conservatively flagged very, very narrow portions of vegetation.
Who made that determination?
That they conservatively flagged very, very narrow.
That those wetland flags were not placed in a wetland. Who decided that?
I can't speak to that. I wasn't present at the time the decision was made.
Do you know the basis of that decision?
The fact that there's
Was that ever explained to you by
Objection, you cut the witness off before he was able to answer your question.
Sustained.
Can you please restate? As stated prior.
Do you know the reasoning behind the determination that the wetland flags were not placed in a wetland?
The reasoning that they were not placed in a wetland.
The reasoning that determined that the wetland flags were not placed in a wetland.
Because the area below the ordinary high water mark is not sufficiently vegetated to qualify as a wetland.
How do you know that?
Because I have been there and I have looked at a series of photographs.
But you did not make the determination, you testified.
I'm gonna
No,
object.
but
He testified he spoke to the individuals who did.
Then who made the determination? You either know who they are and you talk to them, or you didn't talk to them.
I did talk to them, the biologists who were on the field.
And who made that determination?
The individual I spoke with was Rowan Holfeld.
Was the reasoning behind Mr. Holfeld's determination documented anywhere?
Not to my knowledge.
So we have to hear from Mr. Holfeld to know that that is the reasoning then.
I'm going to object. Mr. Callow has explained his testimony. He spoke to the people who made the determination and has relayed the same in his testimony.
Sustained.
Would there be any value to documenting why a determination like that was made?
Any value? I suppose that would depend on the specific circumstances. In this case, it is regulated and delineated as other waters of the U.S. in accordance with the guidance. There are no impacts to this area, no fill to this area that would change the practical application of any of it. It would not change the buffers. It has no notable effect on anything.
Do you think that it is reasonable for somebody reviewing these documents and sees that the wetland is depicted there would assume that the wetland is improperly depicted because those wetland flags are not properly connected?
I'm going to object. There's so many pieces to that question. I'm concerned Mr. Callow will not be able to answer it appropriately.
I can break it down.
Okay.
Do you think that someone might review this plan?
Yes, someone might review the plan.
If we're going to go through this to me is not a plan. This is a copy of a survey. If I remember correctly, this doesn't show anything proposed. It shows what's there, I think, if I'm remembering what this thing looks like when you zoom back out again.
Yeah, and it may be helpful for me to clarify what I mean there a little bit. If someone were reviewing an application for a permit that relied upon the wetland determination, might that person look at the survey where there were wetland flags?
Yes.
And that person would see that there is a wetland delineated, 3 wetlands delineated actually, and a number of wetland delineation flags that are not encompassed by the drawn wetlands on this sheet.
Um, this sheet shows the wetland flags. Doesn't show anything else.
I will zoom out.
Okay, here.
Have,
Yes.
okay. So the answer to the previous question, having seen the full sheet, is yes.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Would the person who was reviewing this see three wetlands drawn on this sheet and a number of wetland delineation flags that were not included in those wetlands?
Yes, there are 3 wetland flags that are not included in the wetland.
Are there only 3 of them? Because I am seeing, looks like C20 here. It's black pink. Oh, yeah. That one. So there looks like there's C20, C21, C22, B7, B6, and B5.
Yeah, so 3 with wetland B and 3 with wetland C.
Okay. Okay. And so would a normal thing for a professional of comparable experience to you reviewing this, or really anyone reviewing this, be to assume that those black and pink wetland flags that are not part of a wetland should have been, but for a mistake, included in that wetland?
Well, this was reviewed by many people, and no one has brought up this as a concern until Ms. Hyland's second round of testimony after the break. So it wasn't causing
When
confusion.
you said many people have reviewed, who has reviewed this to your knowledge?
Everyone really does involved in the design and the permitting.
Okay, so employees of the city of Lake Forest Park?
Employees of the city of Lake Forest Park would have
Employees
seen
of
this.
Facet?
Facet, WDFW, National Marine Fisheries Service, the Army Corps of Engineers. They would have all reviewed this.
But your testimony is that there's no, well, let me rephrase that. Is there any reason that it may have been prudent to document why those flags were not included in any of the wetlands?
No, because there's no real value or no reason to further document because it defaults to the lake, which
But
is
wetlands
similarly protected.
But wetlands can exist below the ordinary high water mark.
They can.
Okay. You said you reviewed Soundview Consulting's report, correct?
I did.
Okay. When did you review that?
Gosh, when was it submitted? Sometime probably in the last month.
Okay.
I don't know.
Sometime in January?
I don't know the exact date that I reviewed it.
Okay. When you said that you were recently out on site, correct?
Correct.
When was your site visit?
February 23rd.
Okay. Do you recall if you visited the site after reading Soundview's report?
It was after reading Soundview's report.
Okay. So knowing that they questioned the potential presence of hydrology Did you dig at DP 13 to check for groundwater on that site visit?
No, that was not the purpose of my visit.
But a lack of groundwater in the early growing season now could have probably settled this whole debate, couldn't it?
Objection. What debate are we referring to, please?
The discussion over the prudence of rechecking DP 13 during a season of higher water.
Soundview's report emphasizes the fact that the lake levels are low. The lake levels on February 23rd are still low.
Yeah. So we discussed yesterday, or rather you discussed yesterday, that Professor Fudge's feeling of squishiness in the central lawn area was not a scientific method in the manual.
No, certainly not from an untrained layperson.
But you noted that it felt like a standard lawn.
A standard lawn that's underlain by sand.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that an acceptable method in the manual?
No, that is not a delineation method.
Okay. So it's no more accurate or technical than what Professor Fudge said then.
Not in a technical sense.
You said you received an email from Amy, and I'm going to do a bad job with this name here. Amy Yonke, Yahnke.
Yankee.
Yonke. Amy Yonke.
Yes.
Okay. And that was regarding the 303D question.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Did I receive an email from her?
That regarded the 303D question.
I did, yes.
Okay. When did you receive that?
I would have to check.
Was it in 2025?
He's looking. Let him look.
Okay. I was trying to help him, but
That response came in, I'm opening it up now. The date of her email was February 25th, 2026.
okay. And does an email from Ecology have precedential effect when it comes to regulations from Ecology?
I'm going to object on what you mean by precedential value, if you could explain that to Mr. Callow.
Can you rely upon an email from Ecology to override anything in a regulation from Ecology?
I'm going to object. You're assuming it overrides.
Well, it's a legitimate question. There may be an assumption underlying it that he has, but I think it's a straightforward question. Can he rely on an email correspondence from Ecology to override an ecology regulation? That's presuming a situation that may or may not exist in this case. But I'll let him answer the question. Can an email from a staffer override an adopted regulation? That's a different way of phrasing the same question.
And I don't want to go into a hypothetical about what any regulation any generic regulation, undefined regulation, or any generic email from an undefined person at ecology, just ecology. Specific to this point, Amy Yonkey's email confirmation is not overriding anything. It's clarifying the intent of the question and how it's applied, being clarified by the person who is the primary author and developer of the wetland rating system. So I think it's entirely appropriate to rely on that email to clarify this question.
But that doesn't answer my question.
Object, he
He-
did answer the question where
He
he told
answered
you
it
he
as
would.
he rephrased it.
He answered he would not answer a hypothetical, but and then he responded to the actual facts presented during this hearing.
What he did was respond to the actual situation as he understands it. I agree with Mr. Aneker. He did not answer the specific question that was asked, which in my opinion is very simple to answer. But that doesn't mean that that simple question and answer apply here. For the reasons that Mr. Kahlo expressed in his answer, because he explained the scenario as he understands it, and he answered that she was giving an interpretation of something that she had written. That's different from saying that she gave an opinion that contradicted an adopted DOE regulation, which was the initial question. I think the answer to that's obvious. No, a staff person's email or comment to you, whether it's a city staff person, a state staff person, or a federal staff person, they cannot override an adopted regulation. But I don't think that's the situation that we've got here, and Mr. Kahlo explained it as he understood it. You may ask your next question.
I will move on. Okay. Yesterday you showed us an exhibit that I don't believe is available to us yet, but it depicted some either aerial or satellite imagery of a number of parks in the area, correct?
Correct.
And one of those parks was, well, yeah, we'll start with Seward Park. One of those parks was Seward Park, correct?
Correct.
Were there any wetlands in the photographs that you showed yesterday?
Of Seward Park?
There are wetlands at Seward Park. I cannot confirm or deny that there are wetlands in that location based on a single aerial photo.
Okay. But do you know if those are open beaches?
There are open beaches around an aquatic bed wetland at Seward Park.
Okay. So you just drew, did you have any particular knowledge about those locations that you showed us yesterday, or just what you could see on Google Earth?
I have been to that particular beach. I have swam at that particular beach, but my purpose was to find heavy use parks with swim beaches directly adjacent to mowed lawn with clear aerial images that could illustrate the point.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there is no wetland at that location.
I didn't say that. I said that I do not know if there is a wetland. I'm not saying to my knowledge there is no wetland.
Okay, that's a fair distinction, I suppose. Let's take a look at this. Okay, Mr. Kahlo. So what I'll represent we're looking at here is a street view image of a location on the north end of Seward Park. Is that the beach that you showed us a photo of yesterday?
It, it looks like it probably is, yes.
Okay. And you'll see I have the location shown below. That looks
Okay,
about
yes.
where, okay. Okay. And so if this is a view of the beach itself, are those about the same grasses that we'll see on that lawn in the Lakefront Park improvements near Wetland B?
They are turf grasses, it appears. I don't know. I cannot say what species they are.
But yesterday you showed us those aerial views, assuming that it was at least a similar varietal of
It
grass.
correct.
Okay. So, so this is from the ground. Is there any degradation in that grass that you can see?
There appears to be a slightly worn path, possibly from bike use in a slight portion of that. I can't say what definitively what caused it.
Okay. Anything else noticeable?
No,
Okay. There's not a balding patch as well.
not that I can
Okay.
clearly
Let's
identify.
That's fine. But it looks like there is a path worn on the grass that you testified yesterday was comparable to the lawn.
At the time of this picture, it looks like peak summer. Yes, it is worn.
Okay. So peak summer might be a concern for grasses wearing and paths forming.
Depending on the location and the intensity of the use.
Okay.
Peak summer would be when our grasses are dormant. So yes, they would be more susceptible to wear at that time, but it depends on a multitude of factors, not just the grass or the time of year.
But it's not utterly inconceivable that pedestrian traffic on one of these lawns that we talked about is going to result in paths and degradation.
No, certainly not if there's a lot of heavy bike use.
Okay. Let's take a look at another one here. So,
I'm going to want to take a break here in a few
okay.
minutes.
I think we can do a break in a few minutes. That'll be easy. Really quick then. I'll represent this is another aerial photograph. Does it appear to be the south end of Seward Park? Do you know?
Which we're still oriented north-south.
Yes, I can represent that.
It would appear so, yes.
Are these going to be similar grasses here as there were in that satellite view you showed us yesterday?
It's likely.
Okay. Do you notice any paths on this one?
There appears to be a potential path for a short distance east of the little roundabout.
Okay. Do you see another one? And I'll zoom in a little bit here. Is there another one leading from the trail to where those, it looks like some sort of recreational gear is located?
Recreational pier?
Gear.
Oh, gear. There is a very small line there. I don't know exactly how I could say
Okay.
exactly what it is.
Okay. But it's not completely inconceivable then that even with these hardy grasses, trails and other damage to the grass can occur.
Define damage.
Formation of trails, thinning, balding.
Temporarily, yes,
Okay.
it's possible.
Particularly in the summer months. Is that fair?
It would be more likely in the summer months, yes, because that's when our grasses are dormant.
Okay. Okay. Stop here.
How about now for a break?
Two more questions?
And then you'll be through with him?
No, let's take a break now. I'm sorry. Let's take a
Okay.
break.
If two questions would get you through with your
No.
cross, I'd go for it, but otherwise, no.
No.
It is 10:38, 10:55. We're at recess until 10:55. Thank you. This is the second half of the morning session of day 7. Mr. Aneker, you may continue your questions. Mr. Kahlo, you're reminded again, you're still under oath. Go ahead, Mr. Aneker.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. So is your testimony that the project avoids all impacts to the wetlands and streams?
It avoids adverse impacts to the wetlands and streams.
Now that's a question I actually had was what is an adverse impact?
It means it would negatively affect the functions provided by the critical area, reduce the level of the functions provided by the critical area.
Now, do adverse impacts remain adverse impacts even if they're mitigated?
In isolation, the adverse impact would still be an adverse impact, but in terms of no net loss, the totality needs to be considered.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to check that. So, does mitigation sequencing also apply to critical area buffers?
Yes.
So, I think we've all established that it's not possible to avoid any impacts to the buffers on this site. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's because the buffers are essentially the entire site.
The entire site.
So what has been done to minimize impacts to the buffers?
All of the buildings, which would be the greatest extent of impact, are concentrated as far away from the critical areas as possible and in the areas of existing development.
Here, why don't we bring up, this might make it easier for everybody. Okay, are we all seeing Exhibit 001?
What page?
PDF page 4, Bates 004, sheet number L014. Is that what we're seeing?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I see.
Okay, so you were explaining the mitigation was to keep the buildings on the site as far upland as possible.
The buildings and the parking lot and within the areas of the existing development where the buffer is not really functional.
Okay. Would having no buildings have been less impactful on the buffers?
No buildings?
No
Well,
building.
the buildings were already there.
Would removing the buildings have a greater mitigating impact on the buffers?
If you were to entirely remove all of the buildings, that would be less of a,
What about the pathways? Those go through the buffers too, correct?
correct.
And what was done to mitigate those?
Well, the pathway in the preserve area was uses portions of the existing compact trail and was moved farther away from Lyon Creek.
I may have been using the wrong word there. I think I was using mitigation when I meant minimization.
I think
What
you
was-
said minimization.
Okay, so
I believe that's what I was responding to.
oh, okay. Okay. Were you ever asked to consider any designs that had fewer trails, fewer pathways?
That is not for me to answer. I wasn't involved in the design.
Okay. You weren't asked to consider the impact on the critical areas of any alternative designs then?
My role was to, as a biologist, to assess the functional assessment and the delineation and the biological evaluation concerns. I was not involved in the design.
Would having fewer pathways on the site be a way to minimize impacts even more?
Well, there's essentially two primary pathways, one of which is partially existing, and the other is necessary to provide ADA and emergency vehicle access to the shoreline. So it's necessary.
So I note that this northernmost path here, the one that goes on the outside of the playground area, would it have been possible to not have this path, or would it have had a minimizing effect if this path was not there and the pathway that went below the playground area was simply larger?
I can only answer that it could be possible. I can't speak to why the design that was chosen was specifically chosen.
Okay. But there are possible layouts that would minimize impacts.
In sort of only when looking at it kind of in a vacuum, because I can't speak to whether or not putting the pathway in a different location would still allow for the intended use of the site, whether it's feasible from a design perspective or any other sort of considerations that might go beyond just saying, can a path be put in a different place? And this, the location where the path is shown now, is seems to be it's like the most direct route for emergency vehicles to get there based on the configuration of the parking lot.
Do you know if the engineers and planners are considering minimizing critical area impacts when they are working on these plans?
There will be a temporary erosion and sediment control plan in place.
But is that a design consideration that you have worked with planners and engineers on?
It's a construction best management practice. It's not specifically a design because the design is for the completed project.
So I am referring to the completed project here. Do you ever provide feedback to the designers of the completed project on the best way to minimize impacts?
Okay, because you said during construction.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't recall that, but I may well have.
You gentlemen were talking past each other there for a minute or two.
Okay. Let's try this again. during the design phase,
Mhm.
do you ever provide feedback to the designers and engineers on the best way to minimize impacts on a project?
I do in my role at times coordinate with design team members, engineers, etc., um, to address the need for mitigation sequencing. Yes.
Was there any discussion of additional minimization work on this site with those engineers and designers?
Not with me directly.
So you were not consulted.
Me personally, no, but I'm sure that other ecologists were.
Do you know what other ecologists were?
I can't say specifically.
You're just confident generally that that happened at some point.
That's that's a that's the general practice at our company. Yes.
Okay. Do you know who would have been consulted if not you?
It would be speculation.
Who are the other people that could have been consulted reasonably?
Oh gosh, we have I don't even know exactly how many, but we have 7 or 8 staff ecologists, I would say at least. Um, Plus other, even more senior level. We have yeah, we have a very large, diverse group of employees with variable skill sets, many of whom could be relied upon to help address minimization of impacts. Biologists, planners,
Could
landscape architects.
Oh, I'm sorry, could Mr. Holfeld be one of those people?
He could be.
Okay. You were the ecologist in charge of this project, right?
No.
No, who was?
Well, the project manager was Amber.
I mean, you were the lead ecologist on this project,
I
as in,
came in, as I stated previously, I came into this project at the end. I was not involved in this project other than providing some feedback on the biological evaluation during the design.
so you can't speak to whether or not alternative options were considered.
Objection, he's answered that question about the practice at Facet and his knowledge that he doesn't know the particular person he can give you a name of.
I can move on. Do you think it is important that alternative designs are discussed from the perspective of minimization?
Yes.
So if there were never any alternative designs being discussed regarding minimization, that would be an oversight.
I have no reason to believe that there are no other designs discussed.
Purely hypothetical question that I asked you. If there were no other designs discussed, that would be an oversight.
I'm going to object that this hypothetical is it on what project, dependent on what? I don't know how he can answer that question.
I'll sustain.
On this project, if you were to learn as an experienced scientist who I believe specializes in wetlands and does work on mitigation and is very aware of the importance of minimization, if you were to learn that on this project, there was not a consideration of alternative designs, would that be an oversight, in your opinion, with regards to the importance of minimization?
In terms of any portion of any reconsideration of any particular design element, I think that that would be a little bit short of full avoidance, although there are many times where the first alternative is the least impactful.
But a discussion about alternative site layouts would be important to prove that the impacts of the project had been minimized.
I think in most situations, it is advisable to look at potential other alternatives that could suit the project need.
So really quick here, I believe we still have the exhibit up. In your testimony yesterday, I believe you said that wetland C is the most sensitive wetland because it is right along the Lyons Creek. Is that
Yeah,
accurate?
wetland C provides a higher level of habitat function than the other wetlands.
Okay. Okay. I know that there are 3 viewing stations on Lyons Creek, and the one that is closest to the lake itself is, I mean, I can measure it exactly if we want, but it looks to be less than 5 feet from the wetland itself. Is having 3 viewing stations, one of which is that close to the wetland, a good example of minimization?
Well, the viewing platforms, viewing of these areas is an encouraged use. And so they are going to be necessary. And this is in an area that is already part of the trail design that's out there. So that is, and these are open graded decks, so that is pretty minimized. The wetland goes right up to the edge of or very close to the existing trail as it is already in place.
Would viewing the creek be impossible if there were only 2 platforms?
No, it would not be impossible.
Thank you. Okay. So looking at wetland B, that is the one up right along the lake shore, correct?
Correct.
So you mentioned that wetland B is predominated by invasive species, correct?
Correct.
So it's okay to intrude into wetland B because it's not a good wetland then?
What I said was the robust, aggressive, difficult to eradicate invasive species in that area will not be substantially harmed, killed by people walking through it, and that the signs that will be placed out there will deter people from going through it. And the presence of this very sort of unappealing area with these tall, dense, invasive species is not going to be inviting for people to walk through.
And that we could just round up it, I believe, is something you said.
Excuse me?
Object, he did not testify that he would round up on wetland B.
Do you recall what you said about the potential?
What I said was that you could spray this area with herbicide. I believe I said Roundup, and you would not kill all that vegetation, and any vegetation that was affected by it would grow back without consistent, dedicated efforts to remove that vegetation over multiple years, combined with digging out the roots.
And you're not recommending any functional lift mitigation for wetland B.
We are providing some functional lift by removing the bulkhead around wetland B, which will allow the wetland to provide hydrologic functions, preventing erosive flows from the lake that are currently it cannot provide because that function is being provided by the bulkhead. The bulkhead has its own adverse impacts to the environment. So yes, in that sense, we are improving the functions of wetland B.
But no replanting then.
We are replanting portions of the buffer, but not the wetland.
Okay. And the portions of the buffer are shared with wetland A, correct?
Correct.
What is the purpose of a buffer?
To help protect the critical area, to provide transitional habitat.
But that
Water quality.
protection isn't necessary landward of upland of wetland B here.
There's still a buffer upland of wetland B.
Okay. But that lawn, is that lawn serving as a buffer?
It is.
Okay. How so?
Well, it's vegetated. And as we've discussed, lawn, while being low functioning, is not entirely without function. It does provide a little bit of resistance to surface flows, a little bit of water quality benefit in that its roots can help uptake certain nutrients that might flow into the wetland.
So does wetland B provide any benefit beyond being a home for invasive plants?
Well, as a lakeshore wetland, a lake fringe wetland, it provides some hydrologic benefits in terms of the rooted vegetation being able to protect the shoreline against erosive wave actions. Although those functions are better realized in locations where there are sensitive areas, such as old growth forests, within 25 feet or so of the upland edge of the wetland, or there are human structures that need to be protected within 25 feet of the upland side of that wetland. So it has potential to provide those, or it has, potential to provide those by the fact that it's there, but the opportunity to actually see that is somewhat limited. And lake fringe wetlands are considered to not have the same potential to provide hydrologic and water quality functions as depressional and riverine wetlands.
And you don't believe that there is a serious threat of people entering the wetland, degrading the wetland?
No, I think that the wetland itself, whether we're talking about
Wetland
the areas of grass or the invasive species, will quickly rebound from any sort of trampling that might occur if people were to ignore the signs and decide that that was an area they wanted to cross through.
If people walk through that wetland, will that have the effect of spreading the invasive species further? Potentially?
If there were species that were going out to seed at the time, it is possible, but those plants are they're gonna seed on their own.
So obviously a number of permits and variances are required for this project. And there needs to be an exception by the shoreline administrator for this project as well.
I'm gonna object. An exception? What are you referring to? Just so he can answer the question.
I'll rephrase. A number of permissions from local government for variances and permits are required for this project, correct?
There's variance required for activities within the stream buffer, which cannot be reduced below 70 feet. Wetland buffers, there are allowances or exceptions that can be provided that don't require a variance.
So as somebody that's worked in the business that you have for so long, do you think a residential development would be granted the same allowances that are being granted, that have been granted already, and that we are asking the hearing examiner to grant today?
I'm going to object to relevance, and he hasn't, within the question, told us what has already been granted that he is assuming in his question.
I can answer the relevance one right away. That's
If you remove the part talking about what's already been granted, I will overrule the objection and let you ask your question.
I will remove the part talking about what's already been granted. So I'll rephrase it.
Yeah.
I will rephrase it.
I doubt that he remembers it.
That is fair. I hardly remember it myself. But do you believe that a residential development on this property could get all of the variances and permits that are required for the project to go forward?
If a proposed residential project could not be developed without affecting the stream buffer within the shoreline zone beyond the maximum allowed reductions, yes, I do think a variance would be granted.
And do you know if there is a wetland variance being requested as part of this package?
I don't believe there is.
So I believe that the Highland report that you reviewed recommended fencing protecting wetland B. Is that correct?
I don't recall off the top of my head if that was specifically in there. I know Ms. Highland testified to that.
Okay. We can go with that. You do not believe that fencing would be useful at this location. Is that correct?
Well, if, according to Ms. Highland's testimony, to put fencing at the outer edge of the lawn would preclude all use of that area by the public. So within the context of the intended use and the preferred uses that the SMP directs for public use of water-oriented areas, I don't think it's appropriate in this instance.
But isn't part of the purpose of a buffer to preclude access to the wetland or other sensitive area?
The purpose of a buffer is to provide hydrologic, wildlife, and water quality protections for the buffer.
So buffers are not intended to form a physical barrier around the wetland.
No, the buffer and its functions are an ecological function, not a specific regulatory function.
I believe you talked about logs and signage for
Mhm.
for protecting wetland B, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why not fencing and signage?
Because the fencing would cut off a significant portion of the shoreline for both access, ingress, and egress, whether for simple recreational purposes or for emergency purposes, and would conflict with the intended use of the park. And the SMP does not require fencing around the sensitive areas. It only requires signage.
So what you're telling me then, though, is that in order for the park to function as intended, people must access wetland B.
Objection, he did not say that.
Must people access wetland B in order for the park to function as intended?
People must must be able to access the shoreline.
Okay. Can they still access the shoreline if they do not access wetland B?
I'm going to object. Your question, you were talking about fencing. And now are you just talking about accessing wetland B without a fence? I find this line, I want to make sure Mr. Callow understands your question.
I can clarify if it's that difficult.
Thank you. It is.
Okay. So let's bring up exhibit 001 again. Okay, we'll go slow. So on your screen, I believe that we can see wetland B delineated on the, let's get the exact name of the page. on the mitigation plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
If there was a fence, a split rail fence, along the delineated area of wetland B, and just the delineated area of wetland B, would park users still be able to enter the lake?
For the most part, from the shore, no. They could get to the dock.
So there is no area on the shore that is not wetland B.
Well, there is a proposed restoration area next to the dock, and then a very small area of lawn. I don't know what that width is, maybe 15 feet. Would be the only place left for people to get down to the shore, which would concentrate everything even more.
Can a person pass through a 15-foot space?
Yes.
So would people, in order to enter the lake, need to pass through wetland B?
Enter?
To enter the
No.
lake from the shore. Let's clarify.
No, but as I previously stated, there needs to be a reasonable accommodation for people to get out of the lake as well. We have the swim platform up in that area. Somebody needs to get out of there quick and get up to the upland areas. It's nice to be able to not be fenced away from doing that. Or if somebody needs to get into that area to help someone who might be in distress, it's better for them to have some ability to get there without having to go all the way around the fence to this narrow area and then swim all the way over there.
For the purposes, for the park to function as intended, is it your testimony then that we cannot restrict access into wetland B?
You've been explaining with this fence that you're describing right around wetland B. I just want to make sure that Mr. Kalo understands that's your question.
The only this question regards the area on this plan that is demarcated as wetland B. In order for the park to function, must people, park goers, have access to wetland B?
I think, given some of the safety concerns that I have brought up, that in order for the park to function as intended and function safely as intended, having a fence all the way around wetland B and cutting off more than half of that, cutting off that entire northern parcel and then some from people being able to get in and out of the water would be unwise.
I will repeat my question again because I don't think you answered it.
Okay.
In order for the park to function as intended, must people have access to wetland B?
If the park is intended to function as a shoreline recreation area with access into the water and to do so safely, I think people need to be allowed to access the water through that area.
So what's the point of the signage?
To discourage people from going through there, but it would not block them from going through there in an emergency situation. But it will discourage them, and the signage is what's required in the SMP, not the fencing.
Can a person pass through a split rail fence?
Some people.
And so a fence coincident with wetland B's boundary would not allow the property to function, the park to function as intended.
I'm going to object. He answered this question very carefully.
We're really asking the same question in innumerable ways and beating the poor question of wetland B and a fence versus signs to death. I think we can move on.
I will move on. So you testified that there are performance standards now as part of, I believe, the staff report. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how will those performance standards be implemented?
Through the monitoring protocol that's outlined in the critical area report.
Will the same performance standards apply to the wetland enhancement as to the buffer enhancements?
Yes, they're based on survival and cover.
You mentioned that construction will be happening within the fish windows, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just so we know that we're talking about the same thing, what are the fish windows again?
Well, there are different fish windows depending on if you're talking about the Army Corps of Engineers or WDFW. And the most restrictive is usually what is applied. I'd have to verify by looking at the HPA as to exactly what fish window, because there is always some flexibility beyond the standard fish windows that WDFW can implement. So I'd have to look at the HPA to see what they specified.
I appreciate the specificity, but I was actually asking for just a general definition.
Oh, generally in this area, it's July and August. And then there's also another winter one in the lake.
And why do they exist?
Because those are the periods of time when salmon are least likely to be present in that area. It's before the spawning adults come back, and it's after the out-migrating juveniles have left.
Okay. And there's no intention of limiting any of the activities in the park based on those fish windows.
Not to my knowledge, no, not post-construction.
Okay. Do any of the listed salmonid species use the beach for spawning?
No.
No.
Oh.
Okay. Is there a minimum buffer width for a buffer to provide the functions that it does?
That is not a question that can be answered with a simple number of one size fits all. The
But
buffer
a buffer can be too small to be worthwhile.
Yes, a buffer could be too small.
Why are there different buffers listed for the different kinds of wetlands and habitat scores? Can we just give them all the same number?
No, we can't. More fragile wetlands or wetlands that provide a higher degree of wildlife habitat generally require larger buffers. As the water quality components of buffers are usually require much narrower buffers. Habitat is generally what ecology has, and their best available science has recommended drives the width of buffers.
Okay. Do buffers need to be contiguous?
Contiguous to what extent contiguous? Do they need to be
Do
adjacent to the feature they're protecting?
does there need to be a contiguous area with the feature that is being protected in order for the buffer to serve its purpose?
Forgive me, I don't know if I'm sure exactly what the intent of the question is. The buffer, regardless of its size, if it goes around the wetland, it is contiguous with the wetland. So yeah, can be contiguous, meaning adjacent.
Yeah, so could I have a wetland and then 6 feet of buffer and then 10 feet of parking lot and then 6 more feet of buffer? Is that second 6 feet still buffer?
How wide is your parking lot?
10 feet. It could be, for the purpose of this question, it's 10 feet.
Except that his numbers are highly irregular, Mr. Kahlo. He's got a 6-foot buffer, which I think we'd all agree you're not going to find in anybody's code these days. And he's got a 10-foot parking lot, which is also dubious. But his point is, can he have a strip of buffer, a strip of something else, and then a strip of buffer?
Well put.
Am I right, Mr. Anaker?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a couple of caveats. That depends on, as I kind of mentioned before, a strip of what and how wide. A parking lot, for example, is entirely different than a strip of lawn or a strip of paved pathway. And ecology has a lot of guidance about what does and does not constitute a break in, for example, wildlife habitat corridors.
Do you know, let's ask this another way. Do you know if there's any code provisions requiring that buffers be contiguous?
A, Again, a buffer is contiguous just by the fact that it's there around the wetland. Even if it's 5 feet wide, it's still contiguous with the wetland.
Okay.
Mr.
So as
Anaker,
long
are
as-
you asking him if there's a code provision that keeps buffers from being interrupted by non-buffer activity?
That's a very good follow-up question.
Well, I didn't intend it to be a follow-up. I thought I was rephrasing what you were asking.
I can ask that question, and then I think we'll probably be where we need to be on that. Is there a code provision that allows for buffers to be interrupted by something that would not count as a buffer?
I'm gonna object if Mr. Anaker is referring to a specific code provision, if he can give that to Mr. Callow, or
Sure.
even if it's Lake Forest Park or the SMP.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
So I brought up the Shoreline Master Program. So this is PDF page 151. It has the SMP's definition of the word buffer.
Which section is this?
This is, looks like probably Appendix A, Section 40.
The definition section.
The definition section. So does that
That is,
definition of buffer make sense to you?
yes, that makes sense.
Okay. So I'm going back to Exhibit 001. So let's look at in the top, right at the top near the intersection of a couple of the buffer lines, there's some replanting there. Does that replanting count as a buffer based on the definition you just read?
Well, again, contiguous means next to, and there is buffer contiguous with the wetland. I think what you're getting at is it still functioning as a buffer? Is that what you're asking in light of the pathway?
Is the replanting, yes, in light of the pathway,
Okay.
is this still functioning as a buffer?
Yes, it is. And there's plenty of discussion in the ecology, for example, in their wetland rating system guidance that talks about habitat function. And that's really again, the driver of buffer widths in general. And when you talk about interruptions to that buffer function, it is defined as high intensity land uses such as multi-lane roads. When ecology or when the rating system guidance discusses what is considered accessible habitat to the wetland, it excludes things such as a cul-de-sac that ends within a kilometer of the wetland, roads serving, less than a certain number of homes, and it does not, and it excludes pathways, low to moderate intensity parks. All of those are still considered to be accessible habitat for wildlife species. So yes, it is still functioning as a buffer despite the presence of the path.
Okay. But just to be clear, and this is a yes or no, the replanting in this little this irregularly shaped area that is up the page, which I believe would be Hearing Examiner East from the community building, that buffer meets the definition of contiguous, in your opinion?
The entire buffer is contiguous. There just happens to be a pathway proposed through the buffer that does not preclude the passage of wildlife migrating through the areas.
Okay. Are certain parts of a buffer more important than other parts? Like, is the buffer area closer to a protected feature more important than the buffer area further away?
Well, it depends on what functions we're specifically talking about, but yes, I would say that closer to the critical area would be more important than farther away from the critical area.
So the area immediately adjacent to the wetland provides a higher level of function than the outer portion.
Object, that's not what he answered.
I will rephrase. Does the area immediately adjacent to wetland provide a higher level of function than the outer portion?
The functions provided by the buffer are dependent on the condition of the buffer. So the functions of a buffer farther away still provide the same functions as a similar condition closer to the wetland.
Same question, but does it provide a different amount of protection?
I'm gonna object on the use of the word protection. I want to assure Mr. Kalo understands what you mean. Kalo.
What does it mean if the buffer protects the wetland?
It means that the buffer can provide a transitional habitat between wetland areas and upland areas. It means that water runoff has an opportunity to the velocities be slowed before entering the wetland, and that water quality can be improved by the vegetated buffer before entering the wetland.
So does the area immediately adjacent to the wetland, the area of buffer, provide a higher level of protection than the outer portion?
The protection is still the same. And with water quality, it's generally the outer portions of the buffer provide the most protection because that's when any sources of runoff would first enter the buffer.
Okay, no. So an enhancement in one part of a buffer area might provide a different benefit than an enhancement in a second part of that buffer.
Depending on the individual sensitivities of the wetland and a number of factors that could include topography, plant composition. Yes, certain areas of a wetland could be more prone to disturbance and the buffers protecting that may need to be more robust.
So creation and enhancement of buffer areas might not be a perfect one-to-one ratio then, correct?
It depends on what the existing condition is and what the proposed condition is. But one-to-one is pretty typically what's required in local jurisdictions, and it's what's required in the Lake Forest Park Critical Areas Ordinance.
Does a playground make a very good buffer?
As compared to what?
A planting, a lawn?
And what's the condition of the playground? What is, for example, what's the surface of the playground?
Well, do you know what the surface of the playground is here?
Wood chips.
It's wood chips? Okay. How about that? You apply that to the previously asked question.
So I would say that a playground covered in wood chips provides less buffer function than a fully vegetated buffer would.
Does that one-to-one ratio that you talked about specify whether it's creation or enhancement?
It does not.
Are they equivalent?
They can be, yes.
Are they always equivalent?
No.
In what circumstances are they not equivalent?
Well, it would, if, for example, you are creating buffer that is a very pristine habitat, that would be more valuable than restoring a habitat to primarily because it would avoid any sort of temporal loss while the vegetation establishes.
Is there any incentive to create buffer as opposed to enhance buffer?
Well, there could be an incentive if you already have an area of highly functioning buffer that you can just add to the buffer that would allow you to not have to go through the entire process of developing, maintaining, installing a mitigation plan.
Would ecology generally accept planting turf grass as a buffer planting?
Well, ecology doesn't regulate buffers. Those are regulated by the local jurisdiction.
I mean, in the context of something like a shoreline variance where it requires ecology approval.
Where are we planting the turf grass? If we're taking away a non-functioning buffer and replacing it with turf grass, I would say that's an improvement.
Okay. Actually, I'm looking at the time. I still have a little bit more. Would now be a good time for lunch?
Sounds fine to me. We stand at recess for lunch until 1 p.m. Thank you. This is the after lunch first session on day 7 of the Lakefront Park improvements period. Let's see, we can continue with Mr. Anaker's cross-examination of Mr. Kahlo, excuse me. I'm going to step aside just for a second, so hang on a minute. I'm about to get sunshine coming right in on my noggin, which means I won't be able to see
I'm
anything.
gonna step away for just one quick second as well. I'll be right back.
Should have thought of that before. I presume the recorder's still going, which is great. Mr. Kahlo said he was stepping away also.
I am back.
And he's back. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Raniker, you may continue your questioning. And Mr. Kahlo, again, I know I don't need to, but I'm just going to remind you you're still under oath.
Thank you, Mr. Galt. Mr. Kahlo. Let's try that. Let me start over already. Does the critical area report quantify the square feet of impact to the lake bed as a result of the piles needed for the dock?
I don't believe it does. But it would have to take into consideration all the piles that are being removed, which would exceed what's being installed.
And if you're referring to a document, let us know which one, please.
I thought we were talking about the critical area report.
We are. Okay, so that's the one you're looking at. Okay, sounds good.
No, I don't believe the the square footage of the piles is addressed.
Okay. Do you know if any document, any of the environmental documents talks about that?
I would have to look back into the biological evaluation. That would be the most likely place.
You want to look at the biological evaluation? You may.
I mean, it's not typical to do that. And I don't know. I know we have biological evaluation does say how many 12-inch piles will be removed in combination, and I'm sure in here it says how many will be installed. So we could theoretically do the math. What's the area of a 1 square foot pile? Or excuse me, a 12-inch diameter pile.
But that calculation is not in the documents anywhere. It doesn't.
A direct calculation, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
But yeah.
Would that be part of demonstrating no net loss?
I look at it more as an assessment of the functional changes here, because a 12-inch diameter steel pile is not the same thing as a 12-inch diameter treated lumber pile. The treated lumber pile is going to have chemicals in it that can leach out into the waterway that are toxic, because the steel pile will not. So looking at it from that perspective, that does demonstrate no net loss, an improvement in function.
But the sizes of those piers would be relevant, correct?
The sizes of the piers?
I'm sorry, piles.
Yes. To a certain extent.
Okay.
But less so than the composition.
Okay.
And we're trading out like for like in terms of size.
But that analysis isn't in the records.
It's in the plan sheets that are included in the biological evaluation.
Okay. Quick screen share here. So I'll represent that we are looking at, well, I have to pull it up first. We should now be looking at the Lake Forest Park Shoreline Master Program. Page 141. This is the Chapter 8 regulations, Regulation B3H that I have pulled up. I can prove that if you would like, Mr. Kahlo, or you can take my word for it. So this...
Which section again?
Yeah, of course. This is section here. Why not? So we're in Chapter 8, the regulations. Regulation B, new piers. Regulation or sub-regulation 3, development standards. Section H, mitigation. And does this section apply to the pier that is being constructed as part of the project, to your knowledge?
Can you tell me what page you're on? I can't see it on the screen.
141.
Thank you.
Um, well, it starts out talking about residential piers. Then it goes into joint use piers on community recreation lots. And then it goes into development standards to read down through all of this.
To H is what we are looking at.
Mitigation.
Yes,
Okay.
mitigation.
Structure emergent vegetation, sorry, earlier feasible. Native riparian vegetation. So, yeah, I don't think this applies to a public pier because that's not specified to my knowledge.
Okay.
Much in the SMP at all.
Do you know
So-
if the Shore or Lake Forest Park SMP distinguishes between public and private piers?
I think this question is more appropriately answered by either Kenny Booth or David Greetham.
Okay,
They're more the specific permit related questions within the SMP. I'm looking at it as from a functional perspective.
then we'll drop the question of whether or not it is applicable, and I will simply ask the requirement of little Roman numeral 3 there, the planting of riparian vegetation, at least 75% of the near shore riparian area located along the water's edge. The provision goes on if you like to read it, but to your knowledge, does the project as designed meet this requirement?
Well, again, I can't say that this requirement actually applies, but what I can say is that at least 75% of the near shore riparian area for an average of 10 feet, minimum of 5 feet is not proposed.
Okay, that's not proposed. Okay. One more screen share. Okay. So this is exhibit 036. I believe it's only one, well, it's 2 pages long, but we are looking at 0946 here. Do you recognize this email?
Not at first glance, no.
Okay. Okay, so I'm guessing I can guess at the answer, but you
Oh, I think I have seen this one. Yes.
Oh, you do recognize it then.
Yes, I do remember seeing this one.
Okay. You remember reviewing it?
I do, yes.
Okay. So in this email, it looks like the Department of Ecology in the person of Matthew Evinger is stating that it is not clear that the proposal will achieve no net loss of ecological function. That's fair?
They're saying that they need more, they would like more information. Yes,
Okay.
it's not clear.
What action did the team working on the project that you were a part of take in response to this letter from Ecology?
I can't speak to that. That was 6 months before I became involved in this project in any capacity, other than a little bit of guidance on the biological evaluation. I can say that it could probably be explained to ecology similar to the way I testified an explanation to it yesterday.
And the variance narrative, it says the variance narrative could provide more detail in response to the minimum necessary relief criterion. You were not part of any conversations about that topic with relationship to this email?
No, I was not involved prior to June 20th, 2025. Mr. Booth can probably speak to that a little bit better than me.
I'm sorry, what was that name again?
I said Kenny Booth could probably
Kenny
speak
Booth.
to this
Okay.
better than me.
Okay. With that, surprise of surprise, I have no further questions.
Thank you. I have maybe one or two or three. Early in your testimony, and maybe in your testimony yesterday as well as today, you talked about polygons in the lake.
Yes.
I'm familiar with polygons in the geometry field. I don't know what a polygon is in a lake. Can you tell me what's going on here, what that means?
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and pull up the water quality atlas, which you're directed to utilize for determining where those polygons are, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Now, is this some kind of shall I say, generally available public document that you're
It
gonna
is.
refer?
It's a publicly available website run by the Department of Ecology.
Ah, okay. I will not ask for it to be admitted as an exhibit then.
Okay.
Mr. Anaker, can you stop sharing so he can put that up? You.
So let me just. All right, so let me go ahead and share. Okay, so this is the map that we're talking about. So this is the north end of Lake Washington. Here is Lake Forest Park. I don't know if you all can see yourselves there. I don't know if that's only showing up on mine. Anyway, so our site is somewhere right around in here, I believe. Yeah, but our site is somewhere around here. This is the polygon that we're talking about here. And this is the image along with the actual official rating form figure that we submitted with the delineation report is what I sent to Amy Yonke. So this polygon, our wetland is not a direct contributor to it. It's on the other side of the lake. So it does not count as satisfying the 303D criteria in question L 3.1.
So don't take it away yet.
Sure.
It's along the east side of Lake Washington,
Correct.
adjacent to Inglewood Road Northeast. Is that right?
Yes.
Along Inglewood Road, right? And looks like it's GLE. Okay. And so the designation is 303. Is it E or D?
D.
As in Delta?
Correct.
Yeah. A designation of 303D in a large lake like this applies only to the area that designation is specifically applied to. Am I understanding it correctly?
Let me maybe restate what you're asking. The 303D designation applies only within this polygon, only within the areas that are mapped in red, nothing outside of those areas.
Okay,
So if we had a lake fringe wetland in here, then that question would get answered, but not on
I
the.
see. Okay, okay. And okay, I'm looking on the legend. What's the striped area over near Kenmore? What's
Um,
that stand for?
that is category 5 for sediment.
Oh,
Yeah, various types of sediments.
okay. But we're not contributing into that area either.
No, we're not.
Okay, thank you. Um, you were asked about a groundwater report this morning. I don't think I ever heard you say whether you knew whether such a report was ever completed and submitted to the city. Do you happen to know?
I'm not aware of anything specifically titled as a groundwater report.
Okay. Um, on a couple of occasions, you have talked about the 1-to-1 mitigation ratio. And as I recall, you've said it's in the code. There's the mitigation ratio of 1-to-1 in the code. Could you tell me where it is?
I would have to pull that up if you could bear with me for a moment. It's in the critical area.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In the version of the critical areas that's the appendix to the master program?
Um, I've looked it up in the current critical area. Whatever is on the Lake Forest Park website. Title 16.16 environmentally critical areas. And then let me see. Try and find exactly where it is. Mitigation ratios.
Well, I'll do it this way. I'll get around it.
Okay, I found it.
Okay, hang on. I'm catching up to you here. I've already got the code open for one other thing, but now I'm going to open it separate so I can get to the 1616 what?
16.340
340,
subsection D, subsection 3.
340 D3. Now, compensatory mitigation. I don't see anything about compensatory mitigation in the critical area regulations that are part of the master program.
Does that reference an older critical areas ordinance?
Yeah, well, no, it has its own complete set of regulations in there. And
Oh,
they are, I'm realizing now, quite different from the current ones, which it would appear, let's see, let me go to the end of that section. Uh, the section you're in, 340, was last amended in 2017 by Ordinance 1150. Prior to that, it had been adopted in 2005. The master program dates from 2013.
so yes, I was referencing the current critical areas ordinance.
Okay. Very interesting. If I remember correctly, applicability in the master program, Appendix A, Section 30 says applicability. Let's see. Provisions of these regulations shall apply to development proposals for sites in the city's shoreline jurisdiction on which are located sensitive areas or sensitive area buffers, or that are contiguous to sensitive areas or sensitive area buffers. It does not say that if we adopted something new later, we automatically go to it. So,
Right. And I
interesting.
think what my intention in bringing that, as I was aware that this was the critical areas ordinance, which is separate from the SMP. The SMP doesn't specifically mention a ratio for buffer mitigation. So what I was trying to point out is that from a functional assessment and from what is consistently applied to achieve no net loss is a 1-to-1 buffer mitigation ratio. And it's currently what the critical areas ordinance now says for Lake Forest Park. And it's consistent with most other critical areas ordinances that I'm familiar with. And so that was used in part to demonstrate the quantitative assessment of the mitigation. The no net loss is quantitative and qualitative.
Okay.
Current best practices.
Well, fortunately or otherwise, I have to follow the regulations which have been adopted and which are applicable. So I will have to sort through the differences between the critical area regulations in Appendix A of the master program and the critical area regulations that are in the code. We'll probably have some testimony. I hope we'll have some testimony from some city employees, and we can delve into that further with them. I appreciate your stab at that. I think that's all I would want to ask. Ms. Pratt, do you have any redirect?
Yes, I do.
Okay, proceed.
You were shown some photos of, I think they were all in Seward Park, that there appeared to be a path worn in by bikes or pedestrians during the summer. Can you talk to us about what sort of runoff issues, what would happen? What would the runoff be from those kind of things?
Well, in the photograph that Mr. Aneker showed, there's an unofficial bike path that runs along the northern shoreline of Seward Park. That area within the footprint of that worn location during periods of rain, significant rain events, would run across the surface faster than were it not a compacted area. That being said, the summer when this happens is when our grasses around here, our cool season grasses, are dormant. So once you get to sort of the mid to late fall, that's when our cool season grasses grow back. That's when the roots regenerate. And that is when the rains come through. That's when we get, everybody knows, that's when we get the vast majority of our precipitation is starting in the mid to late fall or mid-fall through the early part of the spring. And so by the time we're getting significant rainfall that would produce this type of runoff, these cool season grasses will have regenerated. And we're not talking about a bike path that's going to be running through this park. And so the grass stays green during the winter, the roots regenerate, moisture is absorbed, the grass grows again in the spring, further regenerating. And then by the time you get back to the summer, when the bulk of the active use, or the bulk of the park use, I should say, will occur at this proposed park, it will have already regenerated. So the opportunity to provide that sort of reduction in surface flow velocities is going to be realized during periods of time after any minor sort of trampling from people putting their blankets down in the lawn or kids playing out there will have naturally regenerated.
So this is Exhibit 1, Bates page 4. And you were testifying regarding putting a fence around Exhibit B. Can you talk about any practical
Did you mean wetland B?
wetland B? What did I don't sorry, not even sure what I
Okay.
said. Is there
Um,
any practical construction issues with putting a fence around wetland B?
from what has been explained to me by the design team, putting a fence in that close to the water would cause a lot of structural issues in terms of the stability of the fence itself, meaning you would have to place piles deep into the ground to ensure the stability of the fence due to the composition of the soils and the proximity to the lake and the wave actions associated with it. Or you would have to dig it out and pour concrete in the hole to support the fence. An additional sort of practical problem with this is if you were to put a fence on that upland side of the wetland, that northern boundary of the wetland, that would somewhat preclude people from accessing going into the wetland from the upland side, but it's not going to do anything to prevent people coming from the other direction. So you have the swim platform out there, you have the pier out there, swimming areas. People would still be able to come from the water side into that wetland. And you're not going to put a fence all the way around wetland B, because then you're talking about putting a fence below the ordinary high water mark in the lake, which is extremely impractical and it's not sustainable. So this is different than putting the fence around wetland A or wetland C, because the fence can just go out to the property line.
Okay.
And then you don't have to worry about the backside of it, but that's not really the case with wetland B. So I
Yeah,
don't
okay.
think it would even functionally do much more than some signs and a log, or a few logs, or a boulder, something along those lines.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions?
Thank you. Any recross?
A brief one, I promise. Mr. Kahlo, you just testified right now that that fully encircling, including the water portion of wetland B would be impractical, correct?
Uh, Along the waterward edge of wetland B.
Waterward edge, okay. Could a buoy and line system act as a deterrent in that area?
To some degree, I suppose it could.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Kahlo.
And thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Kahlo. That's it for you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Examiner, Mr. Anaker, Ms. Pratt.
Thank you.
And we can move on to Ms. Pratt's next witness.
We'll call Kenny Booth.
Okay. Um, It's been 7 days. You're going to have to remind me. Mr. Booth, did you speak during that very first day?
This second or third day, sometime last week.
Did you speak last week?
Yes, I
I
test.
thought you did.
Yep.
Okay. So you're already sworn in. I won't make you go through that again. And if you would just simply remind the record of your name, and then Ms. Pratt, you can go ahead and get started with it.
Sure. Yep. I'm Kenny Booth, senior planner here at Facet.
Thank you. Your witness.
Mr. Booth, do you have information about whether any studies were performed regarding the increase in vehicle emissions from the project?
Yes, I can tell you that, yeah, no such studies were performed or prepared at the time of SEPA checklist preparation. The project itself was deemed, not to have any significant impacts when it comes to vehicle emissions. The scale of the proposed park within the residential setting, um, that was factors in the decision that such an analysis was not necessary.
What is it about the scale in this setting that made you decide the study wasn't warranted?
Um, well, I mean, typically uh, emissions are looking at, if in order to prepare a national discipline report, or in this case, bring in a specific consultant to look at something like that. Um, from my experience, you're looking at a very large use or development that's going to bring in significant vehicular traffic. Um, you know, that could be, a very large scale residential development, large commercial operations, but, a park situated on two residentially sized parcels, um, with access to transit, um, was was determined that such an analysis was not necessary.
And kind of a similar question, do you know information regarding whether an assessment of long-term noise generated by the project was done?
Yes, I do, and similar answer there as well. Yeah, no such specific study was undertaken. Similar rationale. Um, you know, the it was determined that the project would be expected to, produce noise generally in line with the surrounding residential neighborhood. Um, the city also has a noise ordinance in place that, of course, would, um, be in effect for whatever activity was proposed here. But yeah, it was determined that such an assessment was not necessary.
There was a question days ago, I think, about placement of the pilings for the new dock and where they were in relation to the shoreline. Do you have any information about that?
Yeah, I
Um,
I do. Yeah. Yeah, I think the
okay.
question came up about pile spacing. So the city's SMP does speak to that and makes reference to an 18-foot spacing dimension. And I may have touched briefly on this last week. Um, there are very specific soil conditions present here, I think, including the likelihood of liquefaction, to where there are a couple piles proposed in the nearshore area, and then the average spacing is a little less than 17 feet. And so that does originate from the soil conditions there. But the SMP code provides for this specific consideration. And so the 18-foot requirement is not a hard requirement from the code.
Oh, okay.
It allows for site-specific engineering considerations, just as are in play here.
Okay, thank you. And I'm gonna. This is from Exhibit 1005 that Mr. Fudge testified about. We've come to understand this is the sign near the park entrance, the notice for the park. And there was testimony by Ms. Highland regarding, I guess, wetland issues from this picture. How does this rendering apply to the project being proposed?
Sure. Yeah, from a permitting or prospect or process perspective, I would say it does not apply at all. I don't know the dates of the sign, but you know, a rendering like this, as you notice, is not really in any of the permit documents because that's not how we would convey a proposal as part of a permit application. So, renderings like this, I think, are typically more conceptual in nature, meant to convey specific, um, concepts. But certainly the plans that were submitted with the permit applications were what was intended to be permitted for this project.
And then there was also testimony from Ms. Highland regarding runoff from um, this pathway that's next to or adjacent to wetland A and the lawn that's next to wetland B, and concerns with the runoff from this path. Can you talk about that? Can you address that?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I know there was the proposed pathways, we are considering those to be impacts. I think there was some discussion about some of the functional impact, including water quality that could result from those pathways. And so, yeah, definitely a distinction between those pathways, which are impervious, but they will not be pollution generating, versus some of the parking areas that are pollution generated and are accounted for separately in that there is some, I believe, some bioretention, other stormwater measures there. But for the pathways themselves, they'll receive, rainfall. They would sheet flow obviously a very short distance before reaching adjacent vegetated areas, where that water would be expected to infiltrate. But the water quality itself, because those surfaces are not, don't contain any pollution, we would not anticipate any water quality concerns associated with them. The impact is much more related to, obviously loss of potential for vegetation, because those areas will not be vegetated, they will be hardened. But the water quality impact is definitely minimal, if not insignificant.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Sorry. Yes.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Booth. You said, I believe, when discussing vehicle emissions on the project, that the project was deemed not to have significant impacts or something to that effect. Is that correct?
I said that we determined, well, in completing the SEPA checklist, our assessment was that vehicle emissions resulting from this project would not rise to a level that would necessitate any further analysis.
Who made that determination?
It was a collective determination, I would say, amongst several folks working on completion of the SEPA checklist.
Okay. Who was that?
Myself and Kyle Cotchett at a minimum, the two of us.
Okay. So there was no analysis on the SEPA checklist regarding the impacts of vehicle emissions then.
Correct, right.
Okay. And similarly, there was no assessment of long-term noise impacts from vehicles on the site.
That is correct.
I believe you went over it in your first direct a long, long time ago, but could you just quickly discuss your qualifications?
Sure. I'm a certified planner, AICP. I've been here at Facet for 19 years as a planner, now a senior planner and principal here. About 23 years experience total as a planner. My time at Facet is focused almost exclusively on planning projects within critical area and shoreline settings. And that's everything from park projects, utilities, transportation, residential, commercial, public-private clients. Also do on-call planning review for multiple jurisdictions, parks departments. So yeah, very often interpreting critical areas and shoreline code and working with designers, engineers, architects, landscape architects on implementing those, implementing those regulations as they pertain to projects in these types of settings.
Okay. And so no particular experience in ecology then, no formal training.
Plenty of experience. I do not have a degree in ecology.
Okay. Do you have any subsequent certifications in ecology?
No,
Okay. So you're not an ecologist.
I am not an ecologist.
And you do not have similar qualifications in a related field, except in as much as planning is related to ecology because it all goes into building things.
Safe to say, yes.
Okay, thank you. So do you know what is I'm going to use this term, but it's probably going to get me in trouble. The regulatory scheme that applies to the critical areas on the project site. Is it the Shoreline Master Program for Lake Forest Park, or is it Lake Forest Park's Critical Areas Ordinance?
In this case, it is the SMP. So the SMP applies to Lake Washington, and because of the proximity of the critical areas, streams and wetlands, they also fall under the jurisdiction of the SMP.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to put something on the screen here. So this is page 141 of the SMP. This is Chapter 8, Regulations, Section B, New Piers, Subsection 3, Development Standards, Subsection H, Mitigation. Does this provision apply to the project?
It does not.
Okay, and why not?
Sure. Yeah, a couple of reasons. And um, first, I'll direct you back up to I think it was B, right? The sort of the higher level setting, or maybe it was
Yes, B is correct. B.
yeah, go to yeah, B1. So it's sort of for context. So B1 says new piers may be permitted as an accessory to residential development. So last week when I testified, I talked about the SMP's lack of provisions for public piers. And this is a great example of that, where well, while we're not specifically talking about one pretty clearly lays out that this pertains to residential development. If you scroll down further to 3 and then go back to a little, slowly keep going toward the mitigation section you were on. There you go. Yeah. So the 3, I guess it's I. I believe there speaks to joint use piers. In a couple different instances, you'll see that terminology. Joint use is a very specific term that applies to 2 residential parcels. So typically the pier straddles the property line, or maybe it's just barely onto fully on one property, but there's an agreement that both properties get to use the pier. So another example of how pretty clearly this provision was written to pertain to a residential setting only. But if you scroll down then a little bit further, and we want to go to, yep, right there so we're on IVA, and at the end of A, the last sentence says an alternative planting plan or mitigation measure in lieu of meeting these requirements shall be allowed if approved by other state and federal agencies. And so that provision, or that sentence right there, in my opinion, would allow for the plan as proposed. We have our state approval, which is the HPA in one of the exhibits. And obviously WDFW clearly looked at the dock, they looked at the planting, and they approved it as such. And we are in the process of getting federal approval for the same plan as well. So that's my
Okay.
interpretation of how the project complies with.
Couple of questions here, and they're going to be largely yes/no questions. Does Fish and Wildlife govern the application of the Shoreline Master Program?
No, they have their own provisions.
Okay. They got their own provisions. Okay. So we'll go back up to, so B, you said that number 1 is new piers may be permitted to accessory development, right? That's section 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then there's a separate section discussing joint use piers, correct? That's
2
number
refers
2.
2 refers to joint use piers. Yep.
Does number 3 refer to either joint use or new residential piers?
No, it is more of a catch-all of development standards that would apply to 1 and 2.
Okay. Does it limit itself to just 1 and 2?
Objection, this is legal argument. He's asking Mr. Booth for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking about what it says.
Yeah,
We can all read.
I appreciate that the conclusion ultimately is a legal question. However, Mr. Booth is a professional planner, deals with these regulations all the time, and I think it's appropriate to allow him to give his opinion as to the answer. This is sort of a view I've held every time this comes up in cases all across the boards. I'll let planners answer with their opinion of the rules and regulations that they typically implement. And even though Mr. Booth is not a city employee, he's in this project as a planner, working as a planner. So I'll let him answer. Objection overruled.
All right, go. Can you restate the question then, please, after all that?
Yes. Does number 3 development standards by its own language limit itself to only 1 and 2?
But my interpretation would be that it does not, thus our proposal of a public pier. But as I said, that uh, state and federal approval sentence down below is the provision we're relying upon uh, to approve this project as proposed.
Okay, I think that's really what matters here. The interpretation you gave before is the interpretation on which Facet relied while writing these plans.
Correct. Yeah. And my
Okay.
reference to the code provisions higher up was to provide some context again of the lack of, I think, consideration for public piers when this S&P was written.
When a subset of a kind of development isn't specifically considered, do the general rules not apply to it?
I didn't say that.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you, Mr. Booth. No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Booth.
Mm.
Whom would you like to call next, Ms. Pratt?
Mr. David Greetham.
Mr. Greetham, there you are. You were sworn earlier in our proceedings. You still remain under oath.
Thank you.
You may proceed. Like I asked Mr. Booth, just tell the record your name.
For the record, David Greetham, Greetham, temporary senior planner with City of Lake Forest Park.
Thank you. Now you can go ahead.
Mr. Anaker, if you could stop sharing, that would be
I'm
great.
sorry. I'm bad at that, aren't I?
Mr. Greetham, this is the city's SMP. We're in Chapter 3, Administration. And here at Section 3.8 on page 45, which is PDF 47, at least on my PDF. And I wanted to ask you a question about the variance provision in 3.8A, this first paragraph. And my question being, it says where there are extraordinary or unique circumstances relating to the property such that the strict implementation of the master program would impose unnecessary hardships on the applicant or thwart the SMA policies as stated in RCW 9058-020. What I want to ask you about is this or. Did the city, as you went through the analysis for the variance applications, did you look at both unnecessary hardship and also look at the thwarting of the SMA policies?
Yes, in my introductory testimony last week, I mentioned that staff, as planners, we start with the high-level look at the RCW that's cited in that section, which is where the preferred uses in the Shoreline Management Act are, preferred shoreline uses. And I mentioned in my testimony that public access, increased public access and public recreation are two of those. I think this 2 of the 7 preferred uses for shorelines of statewide significance.
Can you state what those are again? Thank you. Those 2.
I'm paraphrasing. Increased public access on publicly owned shorelines is one of them. And increased recreation opportunities is another of them. And that's a slight paraphrase, but there, I think 5 and 6, going by memory, of those seven. Those seven are applied to shorelines of statewide significance, of which Lake Washington is in a special subset. There's also a paragraph in the RCW referenced here that talks about general shorelines of the state, which of course includes Lake Washington as well. And that also talks about preferred uses, including single family residences, but also piers, parks, marinas, and things that are related to
Okay.
the shoreline.
Let me pull up, you said that's in RCW 9058020?
Correct.
Okay, let me pull that up just so we can get a good citation. All right, this is RCW 9058020. If you could look through that and tell us what's the second. Oh, I hate it when they don't give us any numbering, but if you could tell us like which paragraph you're
Right.
referring
So,
to.
so in this use preference section, pardon me, in the middle of that page where your cursor is, there are seven preferred uses for shorelines of statewide significance. Again, Lake Washington is in that category.
Okay.
And that includes ecological protection. It includes public interest over private interest. I'm paraphrasing here, but in 5 and 6, increased public access to publicly owned shorelines of areas of shorelines. And 6 is increased recreational opportunities for the public in the shoreline. So when I brought this up in my testimony last week, my point was as planners, we start at the high level. And the example, I'm not sure if I used this last week, if this instead had been an application for, let's say, a commercial parking annex to town center, clearly that doesn't fall within this preferred uses. So that's kind of a big non-starter. But
Mhm.
we start here and then work down to the individual standards in the SMP from here. Um, we mentioned a few minutes ago that the variance section references this section as well.
Mhm.
And so that was the area we just read in the SMP.
3.8A.
Right. 3.8A, that's correct.
Okay. And is there another section of this RCW you were referring to?
Yeah, so the paragraph below the seven listing of sevens, so it's the last really big paragraph above your cursor, not the final sentence, but just above that, is
Mhm.
a broader paragraph about alterations of the shoreline when permitted. And I'm going to paraphrase here. And then this is shorelines of the state. Again, Lake Washington is a shoreline of the state as well. And it talks about preferred uses or shall be gonna have to look closely to see the language, but this is
I'm
where it talks
sorry.
about alteration of the natural shoreline, condition of the shoreline. I'm in the third line of that paragraph. In those limited instances when authorized, shall be given priority to single-family residences and their pertinent structures, ports, shoreline recreational uses, including but not limited to parks, marinas, piers, and other improvements facilitating public access to the shorelines of the state. And it goes to talk about industrial and commercial that are relying on the shoreline as well.
Thank you.
So that's what that variant section is referring back to as well that we talked about a minute ago.
Okay. And this has come up several times at the hearing, and you may have talked about it earlier in your testimony, but um, I wasn't sure, and so I'm going to ask you to
Mhm.
address it. Can you explain whether there is, or explain the need for for a stream buffer variance
Sure,
for this project?
sure. I mentioned in my testimony last week that there the conditional use permit, of course, here, and a shoreline variance involved. We talked about the conditional use permit is determined based on looking at the use table 7.1 and the modification table 8.1. For variances, we look to are there any requested exceptions or is there a hardship that was just as described in the section we looked at in the variance section 3.5A. are there requests for alterations to those bulk and dimension standards. And so the stream section in Appendix A allows alterations, but in SMP 350.G sub 1,
Okay, let me pull that up.
okay? This is in Appendix A I'm referring to, which is the sensitive area rules, critical area rules. Apologies if you hear an ambulance, that's in my neighborhood, if it's coming over on my audio.
It's not. Okay. Okay, here's 350 streams, and you said G.
G1. So your cursor was just passing it right there. The shoreline administrator may reduce the standard buffer to no less than the minimum buffer allowed in section 350A. So if we scroll back up just to where you started,
Mm-hmm.
that table allows flexibility down to 270 feet in type 1 streams. The top category there is a type 1 stream, which Lyon Creek is. Type 1 is possibly outdated language, but that's the language the SMP used. That's the equivalent of what's called a type F or fish stream in general equivalent in the CAO.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so that gives a hard stop at 70 feet. Clearly, we've talked about the overlapping buffers on this site plan and this proposal, and some of the development being well within even the 70 feet. So that's why we trigger a shoreline variance for the stream.
Because it's going below 70 feet in some
Below
places?
70 feet. That's correct. It's going below the minimum allowed in that table at 350A.
Okay. And
And I think we've already covered, the other aspect of the shoreline variance is the bulk and dimension standards for overwater structures.
right, the
Those are the
dot.
two key elements of the variance. That's right.
Okay. Okay. And then can you explain whether a decrease in the standard buffer, wetland buffer, requires a variance under the SMP?
So for this section, we'll refer to SMP 330.A, which is the wetland section.
Okay, let me get there.
The short answer is no, and I'll explain why when we get to that point, that portion of the code.
All right, here's 330.
330A at the top, almost at the top of your page, is wetlands permitted alterations. And 330A describes exceptions to the process that the shoreline administrator may approve. And it's got several criteria. Unlike the stream section we just looked at, this doesn't refer to a table with a hard stop. So our interpretation of the code is that the stream section is going below the minimum that's specified in that alterations allowance.
Mm-hmm.
This section doesn't have a similar hard stop table, I'll call it. So the wetland alterations to the the wetland buffers are being reviewed pursuant to this section.
Okay. And what does the administrator have to find in order to do that?
Well, probably the primary one is in A1,
Mm-hmm.
which is the special report, what we've been calling the critical area study, which is Exhibit 10. And that's described just below your cursor there. There are a couple other related things. If it's in a flood hazard area, this is not in a map flood hazard area. The nearest map flood hazard area is just a small pocket off-site to the west on the Civic Club, probably where the initial bend in the stream is. It's a very small pocket. And then introduction of number 3, where you're at, introduction of non-native plant material is not allowed in those areas, which is not proposed for the mitigation.
Okay. Let me look at one more thing. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Anaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Mr. Greetham. How are you?
Good. Hello again.
Hello again. Okay, so I'm going to go on a similar tour here. I've shared my screen to show RCW 9058-020. This was the one we were talking about earlier, right?
Right.
And I share Miss Pratt's annoyance that they didn't put any kind of numbering in here. That's just so helpful. But
I'll remember that when I write my decision, because lots of times I put a couple of paragraphs under one finding, but I'll try not to.
Thank you.
appreciate it. So looking at, there are some enumerated sentences or phrases there, and I believe you testified as to what those are. Could you just really quickly, you don't have to read them all over again, but what are those enumerated?
Sure. And this is in the middle under shorelines of statewide significance, which again, like Washington is. Recognize statewide interest over local interest, preserve the natural character of the shoreline, result in long-term over short-term benefits, protect the resources and ecology, increase public access on publicly owned shorelines, increase recreational opportunities, and provide for any other, element as defined in RCW 9058-100.
And are these values to be rated equally, or is there an order of preference?
There is an order of preference, and that is stated in the sentence just above the enumerated list.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but looks like number 2 on that list is preserve the natural character of the shoreline, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And number 4 is protect the resources and ecology of the shoreline, correct?
Correct.
And then it's only when we get to number 4 or 5 that we have increased public access to publicly owned areas of shoreline.
Correct.
And after that is increased recreational opportunities.
Correct.
So is it going too far to say that the correct application of this would be to value preserving the natural character of the shoreline and protecting the resources and ecology of the shoreline over public access and recreational opportunities?
I think it's fair to say I read those in that order of preference. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Move on from that. Okay. And you should have the Shoreline Master Program in front of you again here. Is that correct?
Correct.
And yet you were just testifying about section 330 of Appendix A, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we're looking at? So in order for section A of that, or subsection, in order for A, let me start over because this is giving me more trouble than it should, but 330A in order to give exceptions to wetland requirements, what is required under that provision?
If it's determined by the shoreline administrator that, and I'm reading this, that the development site proposal will enhance or protect the wildlife habitat, natural drainage, and, or other functions, and will be consistent with the purposes of these regulations and the master program.
Okay. So to break that down a little bit, we need a report, correct?
Correct. That's
And that-
item 1.
Pardon?
Yeah, you're correct. Item 1 is report.
Okay. And that report must show that the proposal will protect the wildlife habitat, enhance or protect the wildlife habitat. Correct?
Correct.
Natural drainage,
Correct.
or other functions that are consistent with the purposes of the master plan.
Correct.
And that's an or, so it doesn't have to do any one of those. It doesn't have to do all of them. It just has to do one, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. And this is the provision on which the city relied when approving the project without a variance to wetland buffers, correct?
Yeah, this is the procedural approach to reviewing that reduction wetland buffers. That's correct.
So I'm going to go up here, and there's another provision up here. It's provision 320, Wetlands Development Standards, still in Appendix A. Are you familiar with this section?
Yes.
Okay. And let's go ahead and look at, I guess it's important to note, there is a table of the wetland buffers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And section B of this says that except as otherwise permitted herein, alteration of any wetland buffer is prohibited.
Correct.
Okay. And there's a number of provisions, but going down to letter E, I suppose, it says the shoreline administrator may reduce an applicable wetland buffer to not less than 75% of the standard width after application of a standard mitigation sequencing as follows.
Mm-hmm.
It says that, correct?
Correct.
And then it calls for an approved sensitive area study with a mitigation plan following best available science, provided that a smaller area is adequate to protect the wetland functions based on site-specific characteristics, and the proposal will result in a net improvement of wetland and buffer functions. Correct?
Correct.
And it has, we don't need to read all of them, but there's a number of other requirements here, including provisions for how that mitigation plan is to be structured, what it calls for, etc. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it seems to me that all of the requirements, and in fact, I would say more of the requirements, are for how buffers may be reduced to 75% are the same or more expansive as the requirements for just an exception to the buffer requirements altogether.
I'm sorry, that question is very confusing. If Mr. Greetham understood it, but
I will try again. In your opinion, as a planner who's familiar with codes, are the requirements under section 320 more onerous than the requirements under section 330?
To answer that, I need to look at 330 A1 again, just down below, because that's
Okay.
where it talks about the report demonstration. Okay, I'm looking at A1 to help answer my question. Shall submit a report prepared by a qualified professional. The report shall assess the habitat, water quality, stormwater detention, groundwater recharge, and erosion protection functions of the buffers, assess the effects of the proposed modification. So to answer this, I guess one could say that's a summarized version of a longer list. There's certainly more words in the first section we looked at above. That I
Okay.
agree with.
So why have both of these, I guess?
I can't speak to that. Not having been involved in this SMP, I can't speak to that.
There is a requirement in the S&P that when it comes to varying the buffers, let me start over. Let's actually just go up to it. That'll be easier for everyone. So I will direct your attention to the last two sentences of section 1.8 here in the SMP.
Okay.
Could you just read that?
Sure. The last two sentences of the first paragraph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to make sure I got the last two.
It should begin with the word instead.
What page are we on?
We are on page 13.
Okay, I'll start with the word instead near the bottom of that first paragraph. Instead, deviations from the sensitive area regulations as set forth in Appendix A are processed as a shoreline variance. See Chapter 3, Administration for discussion of shoreline permits. If there are conflicts between the regulations contained in the SMP, those that are the most protective of shoreline ecological functions will apply.
But the city is relying on that section 330 as the correct way to process or to handle a project which will essentially not follow the buffer zones for wetlands at all.
Well, the city is reviewing as an exception to the wetland requirements that we've discussed above, and may be allowed when. And this is clearly part of the SMP, so it's not, I don't see it as a, I want to make sure I answer your question. Excuse me, could you rephrase the question? I don't want to misanswer. I'm not sure I remember exactly what your question was.
Yeah, of course. The city is relying in their approval of the project on section 330 of the Exhibit A to the SMP as the correct procedure for allowing a project that reduces wetland buffers to 0 in places to go forward.
Correct, because it is, as described in an exception to the wetland requirements, and may be allowed when, as described below. That's
You
correct.
can't, it's not possible to read wetland or section 330 and section 320 as complementary, where one sets a baseline requirement for a variation from the standards, and the other one sets the amount of variation that can occur within the powers of the administrator.
We did read them together, and similar to my discussion of the stream section, when you have similar language in the stream section, it refers you back to what I call that hard stop. This section 330A does not refer back to a hard stop or a bare minimum. So we did read them together. Here's what applies. However, exceptions to what is required may be allowed if, which puts us into 330A, which is how we reviewed it.
Do you think that 320 is more protective of wetlands than 330?
I think the answer is in if the information provided that's required in the code is done, then it can be, yes, equally or more.
Okay.
I can't say for certain more, but equally. I mean, the code gives this, let me explain that. The code gives standards in both these sections. This allows exceptions if you meet the standards. And if that information is provided, as we read in one below, then yes, I do think it can be equally protective.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Greetham. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
How does SMP 1.8, where he had you read the last two sentences, relate to 320 and or 330.
The way that
1.8 simply says exceptions from the SMP are going to be handled by variance, sort of period, end of sentence.
Right. And
So
after that, I believe it said where conflicts, I'm paraphrasing here, conflicts between the two and the more restrictive apply. My testimony a few minutes ago is that we didn't see 320 and 330 as a conflict. 320 is the starting approach. 330 is an alternative to that. Does that answer your question?
Not really, because let me go back to 1.8. It's on page what, 13? I'll just run up to it. I
Page
can't share.
11.
I don't know
Yeah,
how to
PDF
share.
13. I can share.
No, I don't think we need it. It says deviations from the sensitive areas regulations as set forth in Appendix A are processed as a shoreline variance.
Right. And
we're deviating from the SMP regulations on, in particular, buffers, and we're not doing a variance.
right. So we talked about that, and by we, I mean myself, a planner, and the shoreline administrator. And we don't view 330 as a deviation. 330 is a permitted alteration or an exception. And we did talk about the word internally, deviation versus exception or alteration. And we did not see this as a deviation, but rather an allowed exception if certain standards are met.
Okay.
So an allow exception to the requirements is that first phrase. In other words, an alternative path to get
Right.
essentially the same ending.
Right. You said earlier that you had nothing to do with the drafting of this. Would that be because you were not working for Lake Forest Park at the time this was prepared?
That's correct. In 2013, I was actually working on Kitsap County's SMP, but not this one. So
Lucky you, from one SMP to another.
right.
I know the answer to this, and I could probably take official notice of it, but you're here, and I think you know the answer too. Am I correct that Mr. Hoffman also was not a city employee in planning or community development when this SMP was being put together?
Correct.
He's a more recent employee.
Correct.
Okay.
That's right.
So neither of you have that wonderful historical knowledge that sometimes helps and sometimes gets in the way.
Correct.
Okay. The SMP, well, okay. It talks about a variance having to be the quote minimum necessary relief. In some places, it flips the last two words, the minimum relief necessary, but
Right.
same idea. If I'm understanding correctly, since the staff is interpreting section 1.8 and 320 and 330 in such a fashion that a variance is not needed if a subsequent section provides some relief mechanism, then would the staff feel that that relief being granted through something other than a variance, does it have to be the minimum relief necessary, or does that whole concept just kind of go poof out the window?
Well, we focused on that language in the actual subsection 3 for the wetland here we're talking about in the 330 Okay, sorry, I'm going by memory here, that we just talked about. And so, or the sub one. So we focused on what is required to meet that exception. And granted, that's quite a summary crammed into that paragraph, but it does cover a range of environmental aspects that need to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. Um,
And it also has a standard in the introduction if the shoreline administrator finds that. And again, I'm not going to try to quote it because I can remember the wording, but they have to find that that information achieves what's stated in that introduction.
some critical area ordinances, and I admit it's been a number of years. I've been the city's hearing examiner for probably 20 some odd years, but it has been a fair number of years since there have been any shoreline permits or things involving critical areas um, to have to deal with. And in some critical area regulations, and I don't know whether it's in Lake Forest Parks, there's a provision that allows wetlands of certain size to be ignored. Sometimes some places call it a paper fill
Mhm.
of the wetland. You may be leaving it there, but you're just not going to count it. You're going to count it as having been filled and gone. And so
Mhm.
you mitigate for it. I haven't found anything like that or remotely like that in the SMP version of the critical areas. Does the newer non-SMP version of the critical areas regs have anything at all like that?
And I acknowledge my head's been in the SMP, not the CAO, for the reason we talked about earlier, that the critical areas come under the umbrella
Okay,
of the SMP here.
that's fair.
My understanding of my most recent critical areas ordinance updates with other jurisdictions was that ecology really scaled back on the allowance of that, we'll call it get out of jail free card, and
Uh,
at least required much higher standards for doing those paper fills. It's not a gimme anymore. It's a you must mitigate. So it's
okay,
very likely it has dropped out of the CAO.
okay. We've had some talk today. You didn't testify about it, but you're a temporary city employee, so maybe you know the answer. About a plan to do groundwater monitoring that the geotech engineer floated in its report and said we need to do groundwater monitoring for a year. Do you happen to know whether they were tasked with doing that? And if so, has it been completed?
I don't know. I
Okay,
don't know the answer to that.
fair enough. And do you happen to know whether there is a one-to-one mitigation ratio stated in the SMP version of the critical areas? Because
So,
I haven't been able to find it.
so it is buried a little deep, but I was able to find a reference in S&P Appendix A, which is the standards we're talking about,
Mhm.
under 340 dot capital G sub 1. And what that does is refers to and actually I followed the Google path to try to find it. It refers to an outdated guidance manual that was, I'm going by memory now, 2006. When you follow the Google path, the name of that manual in that subsection, it refers you to an updated 2021 manual that replaces it. So unfortunately, the outdated SMP refers to the 2006 version, but if you follow the path online, it gets you to 2021. So there is a manual that you can link to the SMP if ratios are, and I think it's ratios for direct wetland impacts.
Okay,
Yeah, so it's in again 340.G sub 1.
thank you. Section 210 in the SMP appendix, the critical areas regs. says that the mayor can adopt rules, administrative rules dealing with the critical area regulation. Do you happen to know if the mayor has adopted administrative rules regarding critical area work and decisions?
I'm aware of any, unaware of
Okay.
it, excuse me. Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't say he has to, it says he may. So,
Have not encountered any in my time with the city.
okay, thank you. I think that's the only few questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pratt, do you have any redirect?
I do not.
Thank you. Then thank you, Mr. Greetham.
Thanks.
And whom would be next?
Corey Matson.
Okay. Let me change my screen so I can see people. There you are. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Speak up, please, and tell us your name and how to spell it.
Corey Matson, Cory, Matson, Matson. And through this process, I've changed last names. So you'll see documents under here, under Roach, and that is spelled Roche.
Okay. And which would you prefer that we call you?
Matson.
Matson. Okay. Your witness, Ms. Pratt.
Ms. Matson, what is your position with the city?
I'm currently the community programs planner. Sorry.
Community programs planner. Okay, and can you explain to us what a community programs planner does?
Well, I can explain what I currently do right now.
Great.
I'm the project manager for this Lakefront Park project. I've led or facilitated the project's grant funding, starting from when Forterra purchased the property in 2019 to this current stage at 70% design, including grant funding to support construction of the current proposed design, which is currently fully funded. I staff the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board of Lake Forest Park, also previously known as the Community Service Commission when I first started here. I also have staffed the Lake Forest Park Youth Council and our Climate Action Committee 2022 through most of 2024, where they developed the city's climate action plan to reduce LFP's contribution to climate change and prepare the LFP community for climate impacts. I also coordinate our community events. Some include the Lake Forest Park Green Fair, Picnic in the Park, Pause in the Park. I help facilitate community partner events hosted at Animal Acres Park, like Battle of Bands, Back the Park 5K, and we'll host our city booth at various local events like the fire department's open house, pancake breakfast, and safety fair. I also manage our community partner contracts that include an interlocal agreement with the city of Shoreline to provide Lake Forest Park residents early registration period and resident rate for shoreline recreation programs. The Kellogg Middle School's Hang Time After School program that was previously with the YMCA, now under the city of Shoreline. This Shoreline Historical Museum, we currently just entered a new partnership with them. Also the Shoreline and Lake Forest Park Senior Center, they offer health and recreation services to senior citizens. the Center for Human Services that provides substance abuse and mental health counseling and treatment. The Shore Lake Arts, that was previously the Shoreline Lake Forest Park Arts Council. The Third Place Commons, that's over at the town center. They also coordinate the LFP Farmers Market along with many other events that go on over there. I also manage our WSU Extension King County Master Gardener Program. We currently have space at Animal Acres Park. I also oversee our Lake Forest Park Stewardship Foundation Agreement, who coordinate work parties at Grace Pool Nature Park and our another newly acquired property, 5 Acre Woods. Grants I currently manage outside of this project include King County Waste Reduction and Recycling Program, the Local Hazardous Waste Management Program, the Port of Seattle Economic Development Partnership Program, and many other grants through organizations, local, state, like Department of Ecology. I used to lead our stormwater outreach program and helped support our permit compliance and coordination up through sometime in 2024. That's the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. I was a staff representative of STORM, a group compiled of cities and county representatives of Whatcom, Skagit, Snohomish, King, Pierce, Thurston, and Kitsap County, among other cities and various organizations. I also staffed a subgroup of that was called the Soggies, compiled of North End, King County cities, coordinating stormwater outreach and behavior change programs. I staffed the North King County Regional Aquatic Center facility study that started in 2002 and completed in 2024. That compiled of cities of Kenmore, Kirkland, and Shoreline that were part of this study. Funding of that came through King County. I was fortunate enough to learn about pools and the need for more aquatic infrastructure in our region. I now staff the newly formed Regional Aquatics Partnership group with cities of Shoreline, Edmonds, Mount Terrace, Briar, and Kenmore, with representatives of King and Snohomish County. I also coordinate park cleanups and projects with a variety of groups like the 2 elementary schools. We do salmon releases and plantings. The Scouts of America, I think that they're called now, boys and girls combined, and projects that they do throughout the city, park donations, and among various other things.
After that, various other things. Okay, whatever it is, you need a raise. Thank you, Corey. Ms. Matson, that's very helpful. How long have you been working for the city?
I started with the city in 2014, September. I started out as a community volunteer coordinator.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about from your work at the city, which is, broad and wide, do you know what is required to be a member of the civic club that is adjacent to the project site?
Yeah, so you have to own a home designated in certain lots in the city, and then you have to buy a membership if you're designated in that. So on their website, there is a map of the deeded areas you can look at, and occasionally they do open membership to not qualified deeded areas, but their website states that they do not have any associate membership openings and are not maintaining the waiting list.
Thank you. Pull up an exhibit for you. Ms. Mattson, this is Exhibit 39, and this is Condition 24, talking about the operational and programming management plan that's going to need to be created by the city before it can use the proposed park. Can you tell me in your position what will need to be done to create this operation programming plan for the parks community, the flexible community space?
Yeah, so city will establish a process for programming approval and improving rental use for the renovated main larger house and smaller annex building. There'll be two processes depending on the size of event. Currently, we have a process for special events permits for people 30 for 30 people or over.
So the special events permit, what kind of spaces that the city owns do those apply to? Is it just City Hall or parks, or what is that?
Parks and City Hall, so I think
Okay.
you could say city operated.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a couple of those special event permits?
Yeah, so we partner with Pack the Park. They will put in a permit for using this example is Animal Acres Park. And we coordinate with various departments in the city, including this. So the special event permit will allow us to review the various departments will review the application before approval. This allows for reviewing conflicting events, park use, staff availability, coordination with public works for things setting up like street closures, additional safety measures to help flow of walking routes to parks, general setup, clean up waste management, and etc. This also helps us coordinate with the police department for support and availability, along with NEMCO, the North Shore Emergency Management Coalition. I don't know, that might be different than what it is, but it's NEMCO. And this also allows us to preview requests like custodial needs, kitchen use, setup, takedown assistance, the PD presence, and various other things.
Okay. And will you review number of people that are requesting to use the park?
Yeah, so the special events permit comes in when it's 30 people or over. With the new additions, we would look at using a similar process. Smaller events under 30 would not probably require a special event permit, and some sort of facility use agreement with the city would be developed. Similar process to special events, but not needing all departments to be reviewed.
Okay. And will you be looking condition 24 in section B says the maximum occupancy of 95 people. Will you be looking for that during these processes?
Yeah, so I think that would be on the form. I think part of that would be needing a transportation plan. When I attend a lot of these city meetings and they're in a farther destination, a lot of people carpool to city events, city meetings and stuff like that. So all that sort of would be taken into consideration.
Okay. Will you be reviewing the transportation plan that I think you just referred to in 24C? Will that be you?
No, that would be the community development director.
Okay. And under 24, the very first few sentences, who will determine whether it complies with policy and standards in SMP 7.10?
I think that would fall under the new application process form that we fill out to make sure it hits all the criteria, follows what the city goals, strategic plan, comp plan, process plan, all support.
And will the CPD department be making that determination of whether it complies with 7.10?
I think so, for the community development director.
Okay. And what kind of events is the city as the applicant including in the shoreline conditional use permit?
Community groups, city meetings, recreation purposes. I think all the community partners I listed,
Uh-huh.
they have programs that would fit under this umbrella.
Okay. Will commercial uses be allowed?
No commercial use.
Okay. What's the reservation process gonna be like? Can somebody just walk in, put their money on the counter and go into the community building and hold their meeting?
Um, Likely no. That would be the form. That would be the form process. Reservations probably will come on a first come, first served basis, making sure that they have whatever insurance and requirements at that time and payment to cover costs that the city would have overseeing such event.
Will there be a fee?
Likely to cover costs of the city.
Eh? The hearing examiner a few days ago asked about kind of the history of the project. Can you give me some highlights of the purchasing that the city went through, how it purchased this property?
Yeah, so I think the city was started becoming aware of this when Mr. Turner was in bankruptcy. The city became aware that the property would be sold under the bankruptcy route. So that was a bidding process. But the city in 2019 started working with King County Councilmember Ralph Dombowski and a nonprofit group called Forterra. And Forterra purchased the property out of the bankruptcy process and held on to it for 2 years while we looked to find the money to cover those costs and purchased the property from Forterra in 2021.
And how did the city first use the property right after it purchased? What was going on at the site?
We just kept it as is. I think that Turner, I'm not sure how there was a rental, someone running their business out of there. I'm not sure if he was there prior with the Turner or not, but he kind of kept sight over the property for a while.
Like, so he acted as a caretaker for the city?
Yeah, correct.
Do you know how long he was there?
I think just, I mean, up until right when Forterra maybe handed it over to us, maybe a year or so after that.
Okay. Um, if somebody wanted to know specific details about the agreement with Forterra or the caretaker agreement, would you be the person to ask about those details?
No, I think that'd be the city administrator.
Okay. Um, and you said that Forterra was holding the property while the city was, I think you said while the city was gathering funding, is that right?
Yeah, I believe the agreement stated that we had 2 years to find the grant funding or funding to cover I think it was $5 million to purchase.
And can you give us kind of the highlights of since we purchased it, I assume we got the money. Can you give us the highlights of where those funds came from?
Yeah, so the Washington State Conservation Office through the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. And through their acquisition funding, they require the city to protect the property for public water access purposes, to provide public access and outdoor recreation opportunities. We also were awarded conservation futures funding, applied to little half an acre or something like that, to provide open space lands such as conserve and enhance natural or scenic resources. The State Department of Commerce also gave it some funding, and the King County Parks Levy funds awarded through King County Council Member Rod Dabowski.
And where have resources come for future proposed construction?
Yeah, so all the funding agencies I'm about to list, they have all seen this proposed project. So our RCO, Recreation Conservation Office, through the ALEA and Water Access Program awarded us funding. The King County Parks Capital Bond awarded us funding. King County Parks Levy appropriation was awarded to us. King County Parks Trails funding was awarded to us. Department of Commerce and federal funding sponsored by Representative Jay Powell with support of Senators Murray and Campbell.
Murray and
Campbell.
thank you.
Does your witness happen to have a list of this stuff printed down?
Yes.
And when she's all through, could we just have a copy of that list? It doesn't have to be fancy. I'm not looking for eyewash, but I ran way behind on trying to keep notes, and I'd rather not have to go back and find this part of the record again and listen to it.
Yes, we can do that. Would you like it
Okay.
as an exhibit or just for me to send it to you and Mr. Anaker?
Well, I think we probably ought to have it as an exhibit. We'll
Okay.
make it Exhibit 61.
And that's the list of funding.
Funding sources, yes. And if there are restrictions, like some of the early ones you said were for a specific provision or specific requirement in order to meet them. Just a word or two. I don't want paragraphs and paragraphs. I don't want you spending time doing that. But just essentially what you read to us today,
Okay.
I'd love to have it in writing. So
Okay.
that's Exhibit 61.
Okay. Oh, Ms. Matson, there's been testimony during the hearing about the gates at Lyon Creek Preserve, and they're supposed to be closed at dusk. What's going to happen to the gates, to the existing gates at the preserve?
We are proposing to remove those, so there would be no issue in making it open space. I think RCO actually is one of them that has a provision. There's a deed recorded onto the property that we should follow.
Okay. And then, so where at the entrance to the new park? Well, actually, I'm just going to make this, I think, easier by pulling up an exhibit. Okay, Ms. Madsen, this is Exhibit 1, page 004. And are these the proposed new gates to the park?
Yeah, I would put those in the category of parking lot gates and
Okay. So we've got the parking lot gates, and then there's no longer a gate on the existing preserve to get in there.
correct. There would
Okay.
be the fencing along to protect the preserve, but it would be a open park.
Uh-huh. Okay. And what kind of gates will these be? How will they operate?
I think we would have to figure that out as the design goes and how people use the parking, but they are just I believe like arm gates, parking gates. You can pull in, they would be closed to stop people from coming in at night if we were to choose that route.
Will they be mechanized so they will go down at a certain time of day?
Correct. Right now we have the in to be automatic where we can program them to come down at dawn and dusk when the park closes or when the community center rental community building is done for the night.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then so what if I'm in the community building and the gates are closed? Will I still be able to get out, or am I sleeping there?
Yeah, no, you'll be able to exit the parking lot.
And have you been involved during the different events where you took input on planning the park, the design of the
Yes.
park?
Yeah, so I staff the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and at all of our community events, I typically have a booth, and I've had information about the project to have people come and talk to me about ideas and suggestions, and I direct them to get more information on the project website. They can look more into the project and leave comments.
Can you talk to us about different alternatives that were considered as the design of this park progressed?
Yeah, I mean, I think originally when we saw the property in 2019, I think we had a volleyball and bocce ball courts proposed, and since hiring Facet for entering in design and everything, we have gone through many iterations and scenarios and iterations, and I've landed on this 70% design right now.
Um, Ms. McClusick, she testified about City Council giving its approval to design concepts. Was that approval a decision on what would be built, or was that council's go ahead to move forward with particular designs for permitting?
Can you ask that again?
Yep. How were different designs presented to the city council? How did you do that?
We started back with bringing in different groups, some of the city council, members of the public, and the Parks and Rec board, asking input of what they wanted to see in this park. And then the Facet group sort of obtained all this information from these various groups and looked at the property of where the trees are, where setbacks are, where the creek is, where the preserve is, where could the docks go for the best ultimate space and use of this park.
Mhm.
And things come together, and this is where we are now. I think during the process, we had a much smaller scaled playground, and that was the most feedback we got about the project was a larger playground by far.
Okay. Anything else in this current 70% design that you remember people giving input on?
This current one, I'd also say like back when we first started, people did want to keep some of the smaller cabins, and they were falling apart. Then we salvaged and saved what we could that we can start, and we will incorporate into the design the bricks and the manholes, some of the doors, some various like trinkets we found throughout the project. That will all be incorporated to showcase what those cabins were, what they resembled, and the history that those brought to the park.
Do any other parks in the city have bathrooms?
No, so this will be our first public park with a bathroom. There are 2 parks with porta potties, but porta potties do get expensive and sometimes vandalized a lot more frequently than a normal bathroom.
And what did the community express about the bathrooms?
I don't know if I specifically heard anything about the bathrooms.
Okay. All right. I'm sharing a document that hasn't been made an exhibit, but I would ask that this be made an exhibit. It's a park template, a template of a park sign.
Entered as Exhibit 62.
Ms. Matson, can you explain to this what this is and how it is used?
Yeah, so that's our park rule sign. Those are up in all of our parks. States the most generic rules that people probably tend to not follow. Just reminding people to keep their dogs on the leash, scoop their poop, bag it, trash it. No alcoholic beverages or drugs, no fireworks, fire weapons, no deconstruction or removal of park property, plant material, overnight camping or feeding wildlife, unauthorized sale of merchandise, food services, soliciting. And please respect the park and other park users. And then it has, more information on our municipal code where to find park rules, and phone number for City Hall.
I also see emergencies dial 911. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And in general, are you aware of the kind of rule following we see at the parks in general?
Yeah, I would say our parks are pretty respected around the area. People tend to follow the rules around here.
And when the rules aren't followed, what usually happens?
Then we would call the police or let them know what's going on if there's an issue.
Okay. And will a similar sign be in the proposed park?
Yep. Similar sign we could take a look at, since we're adding more recreation to the lake that we currently are not providing right now. So we would have to look at adding additional signage to accommodate the new dock and swimming area.
Okay. So has that signage been created yet?
No.
Okay. Ms. Matson, has the city received support from other nearby cities for the park proposal?
Yeah, I think the cities of Bothell, Briar, Kenmore, Mount
Just
Lake
a sec, just
Terrace.
a sec. Just help, I'll scroll through and you
Oh.
name them off.
Okay, Briar, City Briar, Kenmore, Mount Lake Terrace, City Shoreline, Woodinville, City Woodinville, Terra, who does purchase this property. The Lake Ballinger Forum, which compromises Mount Lake Terrace, Edmonds, Shoreline. Sometimes Snohomish County and Linwood is involved in that, so I don't know if they were or not at this time of the letter.
Okay. Let's see.
I think that's the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Senior Center. Lake Forest Park Stewardship Foundation.
What is the Stewardship Foundation?
They are a nonprofit group that are stewards of the environment.
Just in Lake Forest Park?
I don't think so. I think that they work around in various cities, in neighboring cities. I have no idea all of their adventures.
Okay. Many.
Yeah.
All right.
Dreamkeepers, now an umbrella under the Stewardship Foundation.
Oh, okay.
Shore Lake Arts, previous Shoreline Lake Forest Park Arts Council. And then, yeah, representatives, Maria Cantwell, Patty Murray, and Mail J. Paul. Sorry if I butcher anyone's name.
All right. Mr. Examiner, would you like that to be made an exhibit?
Yes, we will enter them collectively. Exhibit 63, letters of support from nearby cities and other entities.
There's also one from Third Place Commons that is not in that group.
Oh, yeah, I have that. Just a second.
Let's put it in with the same group.
I will.
And they're friends of Third Place Commons.
All right, is this the third place comments letter you were just talking about? Can you see that, Corey?
Yep.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Third place comments. Okay. I will make this part of Exhibit 63. And oh, that's all the questions I have for Ms. Metzen.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anika, do you have any questions on cross-examination?
I do, but I'd also like to respectfully and urgently request a break at this time.
Request granted.
Thank you.
I got 3:13. Let's recess until 3:30. I thank you. This is the second half of the testimony in day 7 of Lakefront Park Improvements hearing. We are going to have cross-examination of Ms. Matson by Mr. Aneker. Ms. Matson, I just simply remind you, you're still under oath. Mr. Aneker, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alexander. Good afternoon, Ms. Matson. So you testified a little bit on the gates that are planned to be at the upgraded parks parking lot, correct?
Yep.
Is there any way to turn up your microphone? I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you.
I'll try to speak louder.
Okay, that could be a solution, I suppose. So those gates, you mentioned that they have a mechanism that allows them to open even when they're closed.
There'll be a sensor on the exit of opening for a car to exit if they are closed.
Okay. The sensor would only allow cars to exit, then it wouldn't allow people to open the gate.
I believe so. I haven't seen the operation plan for the gates.
Would that type of mechanism allow someone to let in other vehicles?
I don't believe so. I don't think that they're designed to allow cars to come through after someone's exit.
On days where there are events at the event center or the annex, after park closing hours, would the gates remain open?
I think it'd be dependent upon the day. I'm not sure if we put in the condition yet or not on that.
Okay. So you don't know if the gates will be open when there is an event at the event center annex, regardless of the time.
Did you ask if the gates would be open during like daylight hours for the community building?
I can rephrase it. It's a bit of a finicky question. You do not have knowledge about whether or not the parking lot gates will be open during the time that there is an event, regardless of when that event is occurring.
I think we would keep the gates open during park hours.
But that hasn't been decided yet.
I don't think we would close them during park hours.
But that hasn't been decided yet.
Nope.
Okay. Now, there's two buildings on site. There's an events, the one labeled I think it's community center on the drawings.
Community
then-
building,
Pardon?
community building.
Okay, thank you. So there's the community building, and then the other one is the annex, correct?
Yep.
What will be the use of the annex?
We have not decided yet.
What potential uses have been discussed?
They could be used for community meetings. They could be used for rentals. They could also be used for staff overseeing the use of the community building or the park.
You said they there, implying more than one thing. I am asking about the annex building specifically.
I believe I was speaking they as the city would decide.
Okay, okay. You testified that you spoke to Facet about different designs for the park, correct?
Sure, we discussed a lot of different options.
Who at Facet did you speak with?
I typically speak with Amber on design.
So Amber would testify that she looked at many different designs for the park.
I'm gonna object that Corey can't know what Amber would testify to.
Sustained.
So testimony that Ms. McClusick discussed different designs for the park would be consistent with the testimony you just gave, correct?
I think I need
Object, that's
clarification.
confusing, yeah.
I need clarification.
If Amber McClusick testified that she did not consider multiple designs, that would contradict your testimony.
Sure, but I don't think that's the case.
So on the topic, when we had the sign up, as I believe it was Exhibit 62, you were asked regarding the respect for rules in the parks generally. And I believe your testimony was that generally your parks are respected. Your here being the city of Lake Forest Park.
Correct.
Okay. What is your basis for the statement that generally the rules are followed in the park?
I've been working with the city of Lake Forest Park for over 11 years now, and I am very familiar with this community, and they do respect and love their parks.
Do you have any statistics on violations within the parks?
No, you would have to ask the police department.
Okay. So your statement is general heuristic, then it's not based on hard data.
I'm sorry, general what?
Heuristic, rule of thumb.
She didn't say rule of thumb. It was based on her experience at the city. So I would object to the question.
Rephrase
I'll withdraw the question.
or withdraw.
I'll withdraw the question. Are you aware of complaints of off-leash dogs at Lyons Creek?
In what way?
Are you aware, have people made complaints at the Lyons Creek Park of other people walking their dogs without leashes there?
I don't think I have actually.
Okay. Have you ever heard of any complaints of people by other people swimming or using float equipment at Lions Creek?
I believe TJ Fudge has complained about this a lot.
Has anyone else ever complained?
I don't think so. I'm not aware at this time.
Oh, you mentioned that you were in charge of the farmers market. Is that correct?
No, the
No.
Friends of Third Place Commons is in charge of the farmers market.
Okay. But you have some role with the farmers market, or did I just mishear that entirely?
Thank you, misheard. I oversee our community partner contract with Friends of Third Place Commons, who oversee the farmers market.
That's probably it then. Now we looked at a number of letters from other cities and politicians regarding the park, correct? And you work in City Hall?
I do.
Is there a sense within the place that you work that the park is important for the city's reputation?
I'm gonna object to the word sense and what's the meaning of that?
Do you perceive that there is a belief among people that work in City Hall that the park is important for the city's reputation?
What do you mean by reputation?
The park's standing and stature amongst other cities, amongst people in the broader community, the perception of the park in that, or of the city in that sense.
To your definition, I don't think so.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Matson.
I have only one question, and I don't know whether you can answer it, but it's a two-part question. Has the city council as a body, not as individual council members sitting in various liaison roles with committees, but as a body, has the city council approved has the city council as a body taken actions relating to the proposal?
They have. They've taken many actions as a group, as a whole. They passed the phase 1 and phase 2 of design. They passed the schematic design, and they have approved us moving forward with this design as is.
So I'm going to go back. I don't write as fast as you talk. They approved phase 1 and 2 of the design process.
The design contracts to continue design permitting and whatever.
Okay.
The umbrella of the contract.
And then they approved what came next?
The schematic design.
And then after that, has there been any other action?
I mean, there's been approval of going into grant contracts for the design of this current proposed 70%.
Now, the grants that you're going to submit under Exhibit 61. Have they been received already?
We are under contract for the RCO, ALEA, and water access and the King County Parks Capital Bond. We are in scope contract creation for the King County Parks Levy appropriation and the trails, as well as the Department of Commerce. I am a little bit behind on getting them our feedback, our scope to them, and nothing yet with the federal funding.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Nothing under contract yet with the federal funding.
Ah, okay. Now, when you say under contract, I'm not experienced in how those work. That's not something that in my career I've had to do much with. I get the impression that there's an award and then later the receiving entity finalizes details to get a contract to actually receive the award. Am I kind of right?
Correct. So we present our project, and then usually there's a board or a group of people that will rank and prioritize. And so they have gone through that process, and then we are awarded the funding, and then we write up our scope of work, and then the two parties get into agreement.
Okay.
And
But
there
you have the awards,
correct.
that all the ones that you mentioned earlier. They just haven't been turned into contracts to actually get the city the money.
Well, two of them have, and then three of them were working on the scope for
Okay.
signature, but they are, the project itself has been approved.
All right, I have no other questions. Thank you. Ms. Pratt, any redirect of your witness?
No, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, Ms. Matson.
thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Manson. Whom would you like to call next, Ms. Pratt?
Amber McClusick.
There you are, Ms. McClusick. You're still under oath from earlier in our proceeding. Ms. Pratt, you may begin.
Okay, just like I have to switch. And if I don't do it neatly, I will lose everything.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to step away because I opened the shades because it was rainy up here and now it's sunny. So
Still gray where I am.
probably now that I've done that, the sun will go behind huge clouds and never come out again today. But anyway, I will give up trying to track what the clouds are doing out there. I'm ready whenever you are, Ms. Pratt.
Thank you. I am ready. Am I good to ask questions, or are we reminding her of oaths and things?
I think I did that, didn't I?
Oh, sorry, I missed it. Apologize. Ms. McClusick, we have had this afternoon, maybe even yesterday, I'm not sure, discussion during the hearing about a monitoring plan that is referenced in the geotech report. Do you have knowledge about that? Or maybe, yeah, groundwater monitoring, I think.
Mhm.
All
Yes,
right. Can you tell us um, why that was in the geotech's report? What was the purpose of it?
sure. So, as you've seen multiple references through testimonies early on and through different exhibits about the discussion about permeable pavements at this site, and that being recommended for trails in the in this area, and that would always be our preference from a sustainability standpoint. We've also identified the sustainability credentials that the park is targeting, so LEED sites and salmon safe, and permeable pavements would be ideal for those as well.
Okay, so it's really to see if permeable pavement can be used on this site.
That's one of the primary reasons, yes. The other is in order, we have numerous foundations on this site, one of which being the dock pilings, as well as the footings of the structures that are on site. So in terms of bringing the site from its 1920s, 30s, and into 40s, 50s, 60s add-on construction bit into contemporary, we need to meet current codes. And so the geotechnical investigations also weigh in on the structural considerations on the site. So there's a number of reasons why we were doing the geotechnical borings and investigation. One of the primary ones for the groundwater monitoring wells was related to stormwater and feasibility of permeable pavements.
And was that monitoring program started?
Yeah, so the geotechnical borings were done, and at the time that the borings were done, wells were installed, and so those monitoring transducers, and I can share that the exhibit of where those are included.
That would be great if you could. Thank you.
Sure. So this is in Exhibit 13, Preliminary Geotechnical Report. Share my screen here. Can you see my Bluebeam screen?
Yes, now we can see it.
So this is on PDF page 35, Exhibit 13, Preliminary Geotechnical Report. And it is Bates 0409. And so this is where those borings and wells took place. You can see the location of the boring wells.
So you're pointing to 4 places on the drawing?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm moving around quite a bit. Here's the key. So any of these that are labeled with the red crosshair, that's a borehole designation. And then any of those that are blue with the X, that's a monitoring well designation.
Okay, can you just show us the
Sure.
boreholes?
So yeah, so the boring holes are here, there, and here. And you can see that those respond to a transect down the site. We have foundation work here. There is this, where the bridge is being reset in this location, as well as these paths and things. And then there's the dock here. And so the geotechnical engineer selected these as the preferred sites to get a good cross section of what was happening relative to subsurface conditions and the proposal of work. And then the 2 groundwater monitoring wells are here up by the high point on the property, and then at this location, which is about at the midpoint of the property.
Okay, so the first one is on the preserve site.
Right.
Okay, on the very northern edge of the preserve.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And so this was really when we were contemplating, permeable pavements. We basically have 2 pavement types. We have the the driveway pavement, and then we have the pathway pavement.
Okay. And then the second monitoring well, where was that again?
That's up here. So that's located, wetland A is basically right here. There's that large sequoia. The wall is located here on the property boundary. And so this is located about 2/3 of the width of the eastmost property down on the site. It's in an area that's currently grassy.
Okay, so it's north of wetland A.
Mm-hmm.
And there's only the two monitoring wells?
Yes, those are the two monitoring wells.
Okay. And those were installed, and then what happened?
So they were installed, and so basically there is a unit that's a measuring unit that measures groundwater readings incrementally over time. So it takes snapshots of data at certain conditions and it logs those in its internal memory. That is usually left in place for a period of time, and then it is gone back and checked on, in this case, a 6-month increment. So when the geotechnical engineer went back and checked at the 6 months, he provided us with a preliminary graph of that information that was supplied to the city, but it's not the full year of data. So, the snapshot is the full year. So then when they went back again to look, to conclude the monitoring effectively, what they noticed was that at some point the battery on the transducer had run out, so it stopped logging information. And so those groundwater wells would have been, like the monitoring wells, they would have been pulled in September, but they've been left in site or left on site and are currently still monitoring data and are about due to be checked again on the 6-month calendar. And what we effectively are doing is making sure that we capture that full year. And nobody wants equipment to fail in the field, but it does sometimes. And so you just leave it in place and keep looking. We do have the preliminary results, and they agree with the suspected initial guidance and findings of the geotechnical engineer relative to what's written in the geotechnical report, which is that the feasibility is likely not there for infiltration. The results that they have do confirm that. Typically,
So sorry, I'm gonna
sure.
slow down a second and see if I can ask a question. So the preliminary results not feasible for infiltration. So that means the permeable pavement is not going to be used except in those limited instances that you talked about where it's for.
Yeah, so the only area that it's proposed is up here at this high point in that above grade scenario where it's not providing a stormwater function.
Yeah.
So if we do get a year of groundwater monitoring data that says, oh, it looks like permeable pavements are feasible, it doesn't mean that permeable pavements are feasible. It means that we are cleared to do the next step of investigation, which is called a pilot infiltration test. And that's where the geotechnical engineer will dig effectively a large hole and then fill it with water and then see how long it takes for the water to empty out. So it's another step, but it's pretty invasive. It's pretty expensive. And so we don't do that unless we've checked all the boxes to, look at feasibility to getting to that point, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So the preliminary result, one of them was looks to confirm not feasible for permeable pavement. Any other preliminary results?
Yeah, so again, preliminary, not the full year yet, but what that first 6 months with the snapshot seemed to indicate was that permeable pavements was not feasible. The likelihood of moving ahead with pilot infiltration testing was not recommended because of the infeasibility that they were seeing. They did, in the geotechnical report, they estimate the groundwater level at, I think, 22 feet 2 inches, something like that. Their results from the preliminary results indicated that the groundwater average was lower than that, roughly 2 feet lower, and around 20 and a few inches. But again, we're still waiting on their full year of data.
Mhm.
And typically, once we get the year and the units are pulled from the field, then that's the time that the recommendations in the geotechnical report would be finalized and that groundwater section would be finalized. So that's why you're still seeing the reference in paragraph 4 of the groundwater section that says that, monitoring is still happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that monitoring, is it what does let's see. Is the project on hold for anything because we're waiting for that monitoring to be done? Finished the next 6 months.
No, I mean the project is on the design portion of the project is on hold because we're waiting for land use approvals. But in terms of that, the logging of these data out in the field, that's happening. But yeah. Yeah, we do have sufficient information relative to the stormwater plan. But anyway, the scope is to collect the year, and that's what we're doing. So
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, we don't expect it to change anything though, based on what the geotechnical engineer has said. But we'll wait until the information's final.
All right. Your ears may have been burning during the hearing. Your name has come up several times as someone who could speak about alternative designs of the park that were considered prior to the 70% designs or the SEPA plan permits that we are seeing in Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 46.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe in Exhibit 42 from your PowerPoint presentation,
Mm-hmm.
uh, does that include any of, what would be considered preliminary designs?
Yeah, I mean, I talked through some of the design evolution when in the discussion of the design process, and that is in the presentation 42. Yeah.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind if we could, that's been quite the topic today. If we wouldn't mind if we could go through again, um, how different designs were considered.
Sure. So this is have it queued up. It's Exhibit 42. Um, and effectively this is where the design started when I got involved in the project.
Did you do this particular design or did someone else?
Someone else did this particular design.
Okay. But this is what was the start. And can you just show us highlight for us what this design shows?
Sure. So this was done by a colleague at what was a watershed at the time, but not by me. So I actually was not familiar with this concept. This was just basically done as something to, what could be on the site to look to get a grant. So this was based on the discussions at that time that I was not a party to.
Okay.
But basically what this shows is um, uh, so what this shows was, this was for the initial acquisition, the concept in 2018, this when this was created. So I think the city ended up acquiring the property in like 2019, 2020. I don't remember the exact year, but what this shows, as you can see, this would be our project north on this side. Here's the Burke-Gilman Trail, this is Beach Drive. It's showing the addition of a path connection and a crosswalk that ties from the bike path directly into the existing preserve path. It does show what appears to be like a paved, sidewalk along here. And it shows the parking area on the preserve moved but expanded into, what would be a roundabout, serving the building. The building's retained.
How many parking spots were there?
It looks like there's 6 here.
Okay.
Okay, so then it's got what's labeled as, I'm going to zoom in, hopefully I don't make anybody dizzy, but what's labeled as picnic shelters here. It doesn't, include a little sketch of what the Lyon Creek buffer seems to be, and then this is probably the shoreline buffer. So it's got these picnic shelters. It shows a bocce court.
Oh.
It's got beach volleyball. It's got some, expanded paved area around the new building. It's got path connections into the preserve. It does have that, what is this? Paddle sport rental kiosk in location of existing building. So that's shown here. Says event existing building remains as event space. And then it's got a picnic shelter added out here, and it does show, this looks like it's roughly in the location of the current dock. I don't know if that's, exact because there's no underlying survey, but it does show the addition of a launch adjacent to a dock. It has two beach areas, one of which seems to be lined with a concrete curb, which, does happen. We saw some examples of that at like the Sammamish swimming beach and places like that. So, that seems to be what's included,
And
here in this design.
can you tell what was going to happen to the dock on the preserve?
From this sketch, this vision of what was used to acquire the property, this would be what was proposed, and it implies that nothing would be changing on the preserve aside from what's, shown in the illustration here. It does show this path still continuing out, so my supposition is that the dock would remain.
Yeah, okay. And okay. No, that's okay. And do you have any information about kind of the input that was gained from the public on different designs?
Well, sure. I mean, this is, a pretty typical initial sketch that's based on information like the Prost plan, what the community has been asking for in terms of its long range planning. But, this was prior to this site's acquisition. So the things that may not have happened at that time would have been assessments of the current conditions. So things like the wetland delineation of this property likely didn't occur at this time. I know we hadn't done one. The groundwater boring and monitoring, obviously that would not have happened yet. Any of those site assessments that would really guide whether this is a good idea based on those specific site constraints, that hasn't happened. So it's pretty typical that there will be some vision based in, a municipality's long range communication with its citizens to sort of say, here's what we're thinking. And then when they start the project, you have to kind of take a step back and start really from the beginning of saying the long range plans did ask for these things. Now here's what we know about the site, and then start to frame that conversation. So that was where my role on this project started, was looking at this, taking a step back, getting the site assessment, and then beginning the, multi-year engagement process that we did with the community relative to the city owning this property and what would be possible and feasible there.
So am I correct then that design alternatives were based on the site assessment and public input?
Right. I mean, so just in terms of, looking at this, you can see that, this intrusion into the buffer is a little bit deeper than what we have shown related to where traffic would be. There is not a plan for a direct connection off the Burt Gilman for bikes via, crossing on Beach Drive to get directly into the preserve. That's not something that was determined to be, a part of this project. The addition of new structures closer to the shoreline outside of, outside of the footprint of existing development, that's not something that is proposed in the current design.
And what would those two things be? Looks another picnic shelter and
yeah, this is a new picnic shelter that's waterward of the existing structure footprint, and then this is a beach volleyball court. Again, that's waterward of the shoreline setback and bocce, that sort of stuff. So basically in our work, one of the things that we did advocate for was really looking at the the three properties, but what's shown here is one, and then the other as a whole, and seeing what would be, they're going to function as one unit in terms of the city's ownership, and they need to be looked at relationally together. And if you can imagine, what this would look like with the two remaining docks there, it feels like more than is appropriate on the shoreline, I think. So
there would have been
yeah.
3 docks.
Well, yeah, because there would have been this short launch here, that presumably what does it call it here? 7. Oh, it looks like it's clipped off the page. 6, 7, and 8 are missing, but
Okay.
yeah,
And
the launch.
14 and 15 are missing too.
Oh, yep, looks like it.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
And then let's see. Was your initial design, or should I say, did you have more than one design concept for the park?
Right. So this is definitely, there are times where you may say from the very beginning, we're going to create 3 alternatives and we're going to bring them to the public. And we're going to say, choose design A or design B or design C. And what I've found from doing this, with many communities, is that very rarely does the community pick A or B or C.
Okay.
More likely, they pick elements of A, part of B, and an item of C. So you effectively always end up with a D, D being the one that's chosen. And so in terms of how, in discussing this design and moving it forward, we presented those contrasting alternatives to the community, was basically by trying to figure out what were the things that they couldn't have both of. So, for example, there was a lot of discussion Corey mentioned about structures that may be kept or structures that may not be kept. For many reasons, there were structures on this property that could not be kept. But one that was in discussion as whether it would be kept or not is what is now called the annex, but was at the time in the design process called cabin 6. You can either keep cabin 6 or you can not keep cabin 6. You can't have both. And so when it came to something like that, that made a good A versus B choice, because it's not a compromise, right? You either get it or you don't. So we selected a handful of those and used those exercises in the later engagement. In this exercise, which is basically where we had a series of puzzle pieces that were 2 options. You can see here 2 options.
What page is this of
sorry,
Exhibit
this
42?
is still in Exhibit 42. This is PDF page 16, and it's Bates page 1042. So this happened later in the engagement. So this was pretty close to when we were almost at schematic design. This was basically the design alternatives. But what this showed was basically where there were, 2 options for how the beach may be configured, 2 options for how the dock may be configured, a few options for how, or I think in this case, there was 1 option for preserve restoration, which was retreating mostly out of it. So I think that might have been 1 option. There was 2 options for the center of the park, 2 options for the amount of parking that should be provided, and the amount of parking. If cabin 6 went away, we would have been able to provide more parking, and so that was one of the options. So effectively, with all of these permeations, you had something like 12 or 13 different concepts that you could string together through these options. So that was an exercise that we did later in the engagement.
But were any of these, I'm just going to slow down a second.
Sure.
Were you presenting options that wouldn't work on the site at all?
No,
Here,
so,
there's a 50 spot parking lot here.
No, so we, this is a step by step. You don't just come and say, hey, we have a park, community, what do you want? Because you're going to hear things like Ferris wheel and water slides and all the stuff. The stuff that, is not appropriate for the site. It doesn't meet the city's regulatory requirements. It may not be consistent with the code or with the character. It may not be supported by the long range documents that the city has that are guiding park development. So in this case, and in Washington State, that would be the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space and Trails Plan, the PROS plan. So those types of things. You have to make sure that one of the first things that you do in a project like this is educate yourself about the property and the things affecting how the property can be developed. And then going to the community with a well-framed picture so that when you're talking about what might be proposed in terms of what the flexibility points are within that scope of constraints, that it stays relevant. We didn't hear anybody that said Ferris wheel. The community had an idea of what they had imagined would be appropriate here. This exercise was one of the first concept exercises that we did with the city, with the community and the engagement events. You can see this is a very large scale plot that shows the whole of the existing condition. This was based on aerial photography from some drone photos that we had done. And it's a large scale drawing that's the size of basically 4 meeting tables or 3, I guess one's sideways here. 3 meeting tables. And then we have a series of tiles and things, cards representing activities. So, this one says art. This one says seating. I can't read what that one says. This one says lawn. Somebody wrote community center building on a tag and added it here. We had a series of blank tags for people to, put their own feedback on. This says restroom. These are, tiles representing parking. So this is one person's, idea of how parking could be accommodated here. Bike parking was mentioned. In this exercise, we basically observe community conversations. We try to encourage discussion between people. And it's really wonderful because you can hear members of the community say, well, I think we should provide this here. And then the other person saying, well, did you think about this? We need to think about this if we're going to provide this. So they're having this really constructive design charrette conversation about, where the park development may go. So from these conversations, we hear a lot of, what we had expected. We had expected things like seating or picnic tables, but community center building was something that we didn't have a tile for, that somebody created one and brought other ideas to the conversation. There's one out here. I mean, you can see we had these tiles representing dock modules as well. We had, in this case, this group combined the 2 docks, wanted the swimming area enclosed, and then motorcraft L's over on this side of the property. So that would be the east side of the property. And so again, it's, there's pieces of string representing new trails that people wanted to see. So we'll take photographs of this and we'll document where people put tiles and then use that in the development of, some of the subsequent concepts. So what we do tend to do is when something is working programmatically, we start to move it forward. So if ideas that people put in were things that are not regulatorily feasible, there's no device that would allow for that to be provided, then those things obviously can't be part of the plan, right? So if there are things that the city has already identified are not going to be part of the plan. So for example, motorboats, the city did not want to have a boat ramp here. A boat ramp, you have to drive into the site, you have to drive to the shoreline, you have to be able to, launch a boat and then drive out. So you've got traffic with boat trailers, people moving in and out as part of it. It demands parking. It's a pretty intensive use, and that was determined pretty early on that no boat ramp would be provided at this site. So people would say that I would love a boat ramp, and we had a conversation with them about why that was not appropriate at this site, and hopefully try to coach them into what would be reasonable use of this as a park for you as a community member if a boat ramp would not be provided. So, when in terms of saying, well, what else did you consider? We considered many things, but there is a narrow scope of what is appropriate. And so when the design starts working programmatically and responding to those constraints, then, you don't start just pivoting in a completely different direction. You start saying, okay, well, if this is working, what happens here and what works here and what other constraints does this cause? So ultimately, we ended up with these variations on a design that could work together. So this site is heavily constrained by the critical areas that are present, the regulatory requirements that are there, the amount of development that is currently there, right? There's a tremendous amount of impact to critical area buffers. There's an intense impact on, site condition and hydrology related to how it would ever be normally. Normally would be underwater. And so what can happen here has to be framed in all of those things. Now, when we look at something, can I just start talking about impact minimization? Because that's where my ears were burning when people were talking about me earlier. Is it okay to talk about?
Yes, please. How did you consider that in the design?
Sure.
And I'm gonna just, I think as you talk about impact minimization and how you did that in the design, I think it would be helpful to look at the the mitigation plan in Exhibit 1 shows, basically the current proposed design. And I could share that if you want, or if you want to,
that
so
sounds
you
great.
could use your cursor.
Oh, okay.
Before we leave this slide, I think I finally figured out what I'm looking at, but just in the event that there may be some who are slower than my slow brain, in the upper right-hand corner of the table, yes, you had your hand right over it. Is that an alternative piece that could have gone? In other words, the way it's laid out right now, when you first look at this, you say, oh, they were also thinking of condemning or purchasing the Fudge's property and several properties further on down to make a big parking lot.
No, my apologies that it looks like that. Basically, to kind of do an audio description of the photograph, what you're seeing is a diagram of the site that is divided into a jigsaw puzzle of pieces around what appears to be a comprehensive put together version of the park design. There's also other jigsaw pieces that are just scattered on the table. So the way that the exercise works is that for most of these spaces, there are two jigsaw puzzle pieces that will fit in that spot. And each of those jigsaw puzzle pieces describes one different iteration of park development. So there was no intention to purchase, land outside of the boundaries of the park. All of these iterations describe changes, potential changes inside the park boundary. It just so happens that those extra puzzle pieces are in what would be outside of the frames of the puzzle, the Fudge's property.
They're just sitting there.
Yes.
It took me quite a while to figure out that that's what must be going on, but I appreciate your letting me butt in to clarify that.
Okay, if you want to take that down, I can share Exhibit 1, or if it would be easier for you to do it.
Either way, do you mind moving the cursor around as I describe things?
I do not mind doing that.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
So we're going to Exhibit 1. Which
Exhibit
page?
004.
4. Thank you.
Okay. I'll make it a little bigger. Okay. Okay, so walk us through how you worked with designing the park and minimizing impacts, avoiding first and then minimizing with your design.
Sure. So this exhibit really shows the end result of that. Do you mind actually if we refer to a different page in Exhibit 42?
No problem.
Okay, sure.
I can get that if you want.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind, go to Exhibit 42, PDF page 34.
It's being slow. Which PDF page?
It's PDF page 32, or sorry, 34, and it's Bates 1060. Okay. Do you want me to share or you want to share? You're sharing.
I got it.
Okay. So this shows the extent of the current, some of the current disruptions on the site and the state of the property when we started the design process. So when we talk about impact avoidance, these are existing impacts. And so when you do something called, a development feasibility analysis, essentially, you're going through the exercise of saying where would development be, not feasible, feasible with complexity or complication, and then the highest feasibility effectively for, doing an exercise on here, making modifications to the site. From a critical areas standpoint, creating a new impact outside of these areas would be much more disruptive than modifying a use that is already represented within a disturbed area. So, for example, you can see the cluster of development on what would be basically our project north and our project east, right? So that's that corner where we've got a lot of disruption happening all together. So you do have these small islands that aren't pavements, but those islands are, farthest from the critical areas. Remember, this is the one corner that's not in, that's not in our regulated buffers. And then, so you would basically say, okay, that top corner would be the best place to avoid. Then you would say, well, where we've got existing disruption, that would would be the next most suitable place for development. The closer that we get to any of these critical areas or, deeper into their buffers would be the least feasible. You do need to go.
Can I just ask a question? So does avoidance require you to, like, say, take this cabin out and return it to natural state? Is
No.
that avoiding? No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, on this property, if avoiding meant that, it would mean that no development could occur effectively on the middle property almost at all. No development could occur over a large part of the north property, or I guess the east property, page north on the side, and no development could occur on the preserved parcel at all. Beach Drive also would not be able to be constructed. That's not what avoidance means.
That's not what avoidance.
And there's a simple, thought exercise tells you that that's not the way that development works either.
So you're avoiding new impacts with your project. Is
well,
that right?
It is a sensibility of what is understanding what the development code allows you to do, what the regulatory device says to do. It means that you're not doing more than necessarily, let's see, how do I say this? You're looking at what the goal is, what is an allowed use, what is able to be there. And then you are saying, can this be placed or arranged in a way that it does not affect these sensitive features? If not, can we affect them as minimally as possible? And if we do have to affect them, then what is an effective way that we can, mitigate for those potential impacts?
Okay.
Okay.
So what were you considering about minimizing on this site?
Well, so in terms of minimizing, we did want to minimize any new intrusions into the preserve and retreat out of the preserve as much as possible. So there are wetlands on Lyon Creek. Lyon Creek itself is not just, a sensitive regulated feature, but it is something that the community cares very deeply about. So from a minimization standpoint, we felt like the highest priority in terms of protection value would be afforded to the preserve and the creek. And that even at the expense of some of the recreational opportunity that's provided on the creek parcel now, minimization and avoidance was best to really step that back now that there was this other area for people to be recreating in.
Okay. Okay.
So we did hear from the community about things like, I think I mentioned the loss of the trail on the south side, the loss
This
of the
one?
preserve dock, right? Sorry, not south, the page bottom, but west
Yeah,
side for our project
west.
direction.
Mm-hmm.
And the dock,
Amazing.
that these would be things that they would, that they expressed misfortune of losing.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
largely in those conversations about project framing, they understood why it made sense to give those up as a concession for then having expanded recreational opportunities on the other two properties.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
even though the part of this property that is outside of these buffers is that northeast corner, we have that delicate situation here of proximity to the neighbor's house. So
Yeah.
even though you could say, well, this is, this would avoid it. Let's put, the let's like looking back at the other design, let's put the bocce court and the kayak rental here because that avoids. It doesn't really do service to the rest of, all of the things that you should be considering in park design. You can't just look at one code and make all of your decisions based on that. There's a whole bunch of these.
Mhm.
There's the CAO, the SMP, there's the development codes themselves, there's the land use codes, there's all of these specifics. And so you're trying to thread the needle to find a workable solution
Mhm.
within those things.
Can I take you back to the preserve? We heard testimony from at least Ms. Villa, that this should be removed. This outlook over the stream should be removed. How did you deal with that in your park planning in terms of minimizing an impact?
Sure. So, I understand that currently it provides a crossing function and that could be seen as justifying its use. Whereas if the crossing function goes away, then I know Ms. Villa testified that this should also go away. And
Yes.
I think my argument to that would be that this does serve other uses. I don't know if everyone in this room is familiar with salmon season, but salmon season is a pastime in our area of being able to, get out to sites and watch salmon on their migration. I mean, I'm sure most of us have been to the locks and looked at the salmon moving. It's an incredibly affecting experience. And it is something that our communities do on these creeks that are known migration routes. The preserve is identified on the salmon season map as a place where people can go and do citizen science and, see what you see and watch that happening here. It is pretty neat. So it provides that ability to get to the creek to participate in that watching of the salmon migration through, what is a trusted initiative with lots of people who have, lots of knowledge and credentialing in fisheries biology of sponsoring stewardship. So really getting people to see salmon, understand that they use this watershed more than we do, and then looking at them is it's a really important thing.
Yeah.
I know that a comment was made about, seeing salmon if you're here and you're seeing them, you might scare them into not using this creek. Years of people doing this at this location have borne that out not to be true. If that were really the case, then we would not see stewardship organizations promote people going and looking at salmon migrating. So in addition to it providing that specific function where, we have provided other overlooks as part of the design, and you'll see you see those in the development proposal, but none of them allow you to look at the creek, and none of them allow you're really looking into the creek buffer, you're looking across it. None of them allow you to see the salmon, and this is already an impact that is there.
Yeah.
We're trying to make it better with the graded decking, but even though you can't walk across the bank, and you really shouldn't, this creek wants to move around. It's already, expanded to kind of hit the seawall that the rockery that is the boundary of the creek on the Civic Club side, right at the mouth. You'll see here where the ordinary high effectively moves just parallel and along the property line. It's not doing that naturally. There's a rockery there that's supporting the play area, on the Civic Club side, and that's fine. we have development that affects our futures all over, and incremental steps, right? So at this location, the other thing that this does is it is pretty neat to know that, historically, people may see this creek and say, wow, what a cool natural creek. This creek has not been there for more than 200 years. It would have been a big old delta in this location. The fact that it's this narrow channel is because the lake was, lowered. And so now this part is above ground. And so instead of a big delta fan of a giant estuary, this is like a narrow inlet that the salmon are still using. They're still trying to do their thing. And we had a house built here for years, up until really recent times. 2002 is when that process of getting that house taken out comes down. And so what you can see from this timeline, which is going to be part of the park's interpretation, is like, it feels natural because people rallied together as their attitudes changed to, bring a little bit of it back in the context of a really altered environment. The managed lake hydrology that we've been talking about, this lake is backwards compared to every other lake in our region because it's managed by the Army Corps of Engineers. That's not a natural thing that happens, but it's also something that people don't necessarily all understand. And this site is part of that education of being immersed in an environment and demonstrating the history of Lake Forest Park as being, prior to the locks. This was an area that people recreated. When the locks were built and the shoreline came down, they moved waterward and they recreated right on this space. And then as attitudes changed, small amounts of restoration started to occur, right? We started to understand the sensitivity of these features. We started to make things like SMPs and critical area codes that then meant that development like this couldn't happen anymore. And so to say, this is a picture of the home that used to sit on this spot on the platform that you're standing on right now. And look at what it is today, and look at what the capacity for ecosystem restoration can be when you take these really positive steps.
So as part of design alternatives that you were considering and minimization, there was an intentional process of looking at this overlook and looking at, what you all just testified to now and deciding, keep it there. It's already existing, keep it there, but make it with the graded decking and make it more fish friendly.
Yes.
Okay.
So you saw that in the, through that 2018 sketch, you saw it through the some of the engagement things. You'll also see it in a handful of the other exhibits. So if you look at the BE, that represents the 50% design. There's a number of things in the 50% design. I don't know if you want to pull that up. Sure. So if you go to the BE page 61 in the PDF, and that's Bates 0332.
This is Exhibit 12, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what was the Bates number?
PDF page 61, and it's Bates 0332. You're almost there.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay. So if you look at this, it looks very similar to the 70% plans that are in Exhibit 1. However, you can notice that there's more parking spaces shown here. There's one more. If you look at the path, if you look at, the pavements around what's called the office building in this one, you can see that there is an additional path. You can see that the sidewalk is wider on the west side. You can see that the plaza does not have the tree well in it that was added. You can see there's a ramp on that side of the building. So these are all things that you can see if you look up to the basically page north, there's a sitting area. If you go page north and you pan to the right a little bit, there's like a round area of pavement. Right. There? Yes. So that sitting area there's a very cool tree at that location. We found some brick patio that was over there. And so we had, thought that it was extending a little bit farther, the brick patio. When we realized and found the whole size of it, it's smaller. And then ultimately we decided that this is too much paving for this area. So we toned it down. You can see the playground area is showing here as within the drip line of both trees. That's been cut in half.
Okay.
Yeah, if you go down and you look at where the bridge is over the floodway, this was mounted in a different configuration that we thought might be more successful, but then we ultimately determined that it should be over that current paved path, so that was moved. So there's subtle design changes between, oh, and if you go to the next page, I think there's more on the other page. Yeah, so see here, so we've got, there's this sort of branch of the creek or of the path that follows more of yeah, if you walk along that path, and you can see that it brings you to this really cool, overlook platform that's like right near the wetland. That's too close. That was designed out. And we had, this edge of path. That path actually follows more of the old boardwalk. And ultimately we decided that it should not go that far. And so that's been changed. So the paved surfaces that are shown in the BE 50% design are more than what is in the 70% design. So this design evolution of making these little tweaks, there's numerous things that you probably didn't notice also, like that little island that's above the picnic shelter. That's since gotten bigger. We've since, this right, that planted area. This area actually shows less buffer planting. You can see the distance between the edge of wetland A and the edge of the scrub vegetation. Yeah, the shrubby stuff. So if you pan, right. So if you pan left, this is not as big of a planted area as it's currently, right. So this area has gotten much deeper and the lawn has shrunk more. Anyway, so again, to say that we didn't look at other design configurations is not the case. We looked at many, many, and as they started to point to, as much avoidance as we can achieve, where can we minimize new impact, as we start following that road and the design is working, it doesn't mean that we have stopped attempting to look at little things. So we're still, up until we got the kind of preliminary groundwater information, we're hopefully going to do these as permeable paving. It's just not feasible here. If there's a new dock surfacing product that comes out that gives us more than 62% open space by the time that we specify this product, we will go with it.
Yeah.
Again, it's continuing, although by increasingly little margins, to refine the design, while still achieving the core critical usefulness of the site based on its intention.
Okay. I'm going to ask you one question that's come up, and I only know, well, when it came up, we were looking at this Exhibit 1, page 4, and the question being, why do you need this? Why do you need this many pathways? Why not make it more minimalist?
Sure. So there are really numerous things that we have to consider with that, one of which is behavior. You guys have all seen desire paths. We saw them in some of the photos that Mr. Anneker shared about, the riding bikes on the shoulder of that path at Seward Park.
Just define desire paths for me.
Sure. It's basically an informal path that becomes, visible signature on the land based on what people's habits of use are. So it is often how paved paths get made, is that, they'll see that there's enough people walking here that the path, they just pave it, right?
Yeah.
So there's that. Where will people try to get to if a path is not provided to sort of focus where they're going to go?
So you considered those things in designing these pathways?
We did. We also looked at things like SEPTED. So SEPTED is crime prevention through environmental design. And there are core critical principles of SEPTED. And you can kind of walk through those basically to look at, where would you create dark corners, basically, where does the site need to be activated? So we don't have this.
Can you tell us what SEPTED, what's the purpose of that? What do you use it
So
for?
crime prevention through environmental design is basically a series of principles that say that if you design well, you can mitigate, minimize, abate crime. That there are core things that you can say, this is the design of a safe place, or this is something that we should have considered. So One of those things might be open sight lines, so the ability to surveil, and not necessarily, oh, we have a camera and a security light surveillance.
Yeah.
It's more, do I feel like I'm seen when I'm in this place? Do I feel safe walking into this place? And if a person is walking into this space, do they feel like, there's hiding spots where someone can jump out, right?
Yeah.
So those types of open sight lines. There are also things about the multiple modes of egress and ingress. So will anyone get trapped here, for example? So out and back trails are considered not to be as safe and as used as things like a loop trail, where effectively there's multiple ways to get out of a scenario. If something happened and a trail needed to be closed, we don't anticipate that in this park, trail closures, but have you provided sufficiently for someone to have an accessible way to get around, get out, those types of things. So in this case, multiple of those things were considered. One of the main things that we do have here is we have the preserve and the preserve boundary, and the really lack of suitability on the preserve for things like the dock, a vehicle access path. And so excluding the preserve from where we could put our emergency path, we then also have these buildings that are very close to the property line. And so if you think about getting from the road to the dock, it can't happen on the preserve, and it can't happen between the buildings and the preserve because there's just not enough room there. So you're basically looking for it has to occur north of the edge of the community building and then also south of the additional property line.
Okay.
So when we're trying to think about, where would my emergency vehicle access my water area, it starts to lend us to the location that it's in. And that is that there is the parking area. When the gates are open, a fire vehicle could turn directly into the exit, or an EMS vehicle could turn directly into the exit and head straight. Actually, you can see why that ADA ramp is located there. It's a rolled on curb. So you can basically pull straight in here onto this path. There are meanders in the path, and that's to basically thread the needle between those big trees, the one that's on the property line with the fedges and then the other. But there's still if I know that Mr. Aniker had suggested, well, do away with this path that goes, towards the water and instead do a more of a turn, come down where the deck is, and then turn back. In an emergency situation, they're not going to make that L zigzag motion. It's about a direct route, and we would inevitably just have a vehicle pulling across the path or across the lawn. Now, of course, the intention of this is that no emergency vehicle ever has to get to this dock.
Yeah.
Would be the best outcome.
Yeah.
But I would have failed in my licensed obligation to promote health, safety, and welfare through landscape architecture. It would be contrary to my license for me to provide for a condition that didn't allow for that EMS truck to get to the dock in the occasion that it needed.
Okay. So
yeah, go ahead.
this is absolutely a requirement.
Yes.
That
And that's
path
why it's the
leading down
width
to
that
the
it
dock.
is. That's why it's the width that it is, and it's why
this
it's the
way.
thickness that it is as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then you don't just want this one path
Right.
because you need looping, other
Right.
uses. Okay.
So we do need, circulation around the buildings that are there. There are also, access to critical things. So for example, we have a picnic shelter. Currently, the picnic shelter is a building that's not served by any accessible path. So in order to provide accessibility to that picnic shelter, we do need to have a path that gets to it.
Accessibility as in ADA accessible or
As in
just
ADA
anyone?
accessible.
Okay.
ADA accessibility. I mean, we have all walked across that lawn at this point as part of the hearing. You can walk across the lawn to get to that structure. But in terms of providing for an ADA accessible picnic pavilion, it would not pass that without a paved path.
And is this pathway on the other side of the playground ADA accessible?
It is, yes.
Okay. Okay. And why can't they just use this one that the emergency vehicles are going to go on?
To get to the
Picnic shelter.
picnic pavilion? Well, so I think there's, the desire path thing. There's also looking at what the other programming of the park is.
Uh-huh.
So we have a community building that is a part of Lake Forest Park's history in terms of the brick portion of it. It does have this deck currently,
Mhm.
not as represented here. It's got that, the paved concrete piece. And we knew in designing this park that the intent for the community building was not that it would be open all the time for people visiting the park.
Yeah.
And it would be, controlled access when the city had it open for specific programmed events, educational things, whatever it was, but that most of the time the people coming to this park would not be getting into these buildings.
Mhm.
But we felt like what was really remarkable about this park and what we kept hearing from people was that, the ability to sit and enjoy the view of a shoreline from this sort of residential thing is a special experience. Most people are not shoreline homeowners. Most people in Lake Forest Park are not shoreline homeowners, but to be able to sit and enjoy that view is really special. And so we wanted that to be the public experience. And so it did mean, that allowing people up onto this deck, that's why there's approaches to the deck are both accessible ramps coming up from the plaza on the other side. And then
this right here is a
right.
ramp. Okay.
So if you have people sitting on this deck, and you're looking, we imagined if I was sitting on this deck, what would my kids may be doing? They may
Yeah.
be, playing, whether it be on the lawn, whether it be in the play area. But I was not going to want to run around this building and then back around to be able to reach them. And so in terms of what's wise programming of this site, allowing people to be in the community building and enjoy the view, to be on the deck and enjoy the view, and to allow them to move as they would move through this site. This is the recommendation for circulation that provides for all of those things.
Any other reasons you want to bring up why this particular design? Alternatives you looked at and threw away, or other things you took into consideration? I think we've heard get rid of the lawn. I heard there is no purpose for this lawn by a witness.
Oh, yeah. So, the historic use of this property, and I know that this was a single family, like zoning, it's a single family property.
Yeah.
But the truth is that we have heard from, the neighbor's testimony that there were tenants here, there were 9 or there was, the community building, the main house, where it had somebody living in it. Then there were multiple other residences, including several garages, deeper into this property than just the carport. So there was a fair amount of use here. We can see from the photos going back pretty far that there were boats, catamaran boat trailers parked up and down this little stretch of beach here, and that we had multiple families that were using it recreationally based on the fact that they were all renters here.
Yeah.
So it is a historic use that really, since the historical documentation of when, Pearl Hayward Gates and her predecessors owned this property and rented out for people on vacation, the people have been recreating through what we can see from the photos is a large lawn down to the lake. Historically, this has been managed as a lawn, and people have been going through it to get to the water. I know there have been multiple conversations about, we should exclude people entirely, or I think Mr. Anneker had mentioned a buoy line. We do have to think programmatically, how would this work? And then what is the SMP saying people should be able to do on their shorelines? The SMP says that recreating at the shorelines and being able to get into the water is really foundational to the way that we enjoy shorelines. And so there is weight put on the ability to recreate on shorelines, and that includes getting into the water. So being able to move from one part of the land across the ordinary high water mark into the water is something that's foundational to the way that we manage shorelines in Washington State. Now, in this case, if we were to say fence along the edge of wetland B, right? So we've got a fence here. And then Mr. Anneker mentioned like a buoy line the other direction. going back, back up. Um, if people are swimming here, as they are allowed to do, and as the SMP encourages, maybe as Mr. Aniker said, oh, they can walk through this 15-foot little hallway here on the shoreline to get into the water. They're going to be swimming entirely in this whole area. And again, if I am a person who, if we take Miss Hyland's suggestion of fencing along the path, the parents are like lined up along this fence at the path where their kids are like swimming in this water that they can't get to. It makes no sense from what does the shoreline, the SMP allow for? And it allows for recreating in the water. In this case, we have a very, very high quality wetland that is associated with a creek, Lyon Creek. That's protected.
Well, let's see.
Right. And it's fully fenced off, and we're excluding people from it entirely. We also have wetland A, which is pretty badly compromised, but it's a larger wetland. It's being, it's not being supported by a bulkhead as wetland B is. It's possible to protect it and still provide for shoreline use. And so that is what we have done. It's being fully restored and it's being protected. Wetland B is along the shoreline. It is what it is. You heard from Ryan testimony about what's growing there and not. We can see from numerous photos that, it is a little ribbon of some emergent vegetation that's occurring at the shoreline. We do expect, as you can see here, the bulkhead supports the edge of that wetland, and that's where the wetland is the widest, right?
Yeah.
So if we look, page north of that, you can see where the beach goes back farther than the bulkhead wall. So the lake is doing its thing. And you can imagine once that bulkhead is gone, that ordinary high, that the hard angle in the ordinary high is likely to change. I can't predict what the lake is going to do, but if that bulkhead is out, you can imagine what it would have done already, which is modify the shape of that wetland. It may get thinner, we don't know, but it's one of those things where if we put fencing around it now and then take out the bulkhead, I don't even know if that fencing will be around a wetland in the future, because this is such a dynamic environment with factors that are affecting it. So what we have proposed for wetland B is that, there is a part of wetland B that its buffer is contiguous with wetland A. Right now, there is lawn to that seawall and lawn all the way down. You saw when I pulled those dimensions off the other plan that we've got, areas of 50 feet where wetland is, 25 feet of shrubbery in between the two, and then almost 17 feet of shrubbery off of the seawall right at the edge of wetland B. So that's 17 feet of shrubby vegetation, the entire length of the wetland buffer expanding out to a width of 50 feet at the end of that prism. So that's an edge of wetland B that people will be blocked from getting to because there's shrubby vegetation there. This thing about the fence, the geotechnical report has a cross section through the site from the borings that show liquefiable soils very close to the top of the profile of this site. Not to mention that this is the ordinary high, and there's been a wetland that's been described here. We know what the soils are like. Putting a fence in parallel to the shoreline, where the ordinary high is not where the water just stops. It's where the vegetation has changed because the water is consistently always getting there. The water will come up higher than that, especially with, waves, boat wakes, fetch, all of that stuff. It's not a good place for a fence to be installed parallel to the shoreline. There are other areas, the other part of the wetland B buffer that's close to the dock approach that's currently all, where the orange hatching is, those are also in wetland B's buffer.
Yes.
And that's being restored as well. So to say that, we're throwing away wetland B, we're doing nothing, that's not true. We are maintaining a portion of its buffer as lawn. We're dramatically reducing the amount of lawn that's in its buffer. We are taking steps to protect areas of its buffer with fencing, just by way of the other parts of this not being a use area, the parts that are kind of page south. We don't expect people to be in those areas. So there are, like I said, there are things that we're doing. Oh, and then, of course, taking out the bulkhead and removing the dock from it are also very good things.
Okay. That's going to help wetland B. Okay.
Yeah.
So I've heard a lot of ways that you minimized impacts while at the same time designing a park for what is allowed there. Okay. And then I think other people have testified about mitigation on the site. Um, quite a lot. Anything else you want to tell us about design alternatives you considered?
Um, I'd like to address the sand.
Okay.
The visual board that was shown that I think it was
You want me
mentioned.
to pull that up?
Sure.
This one?
Yeah, and actually it's good that this beach furniture sign is below it. So if we look at this, yes, it does show in the kind of cartoon rendering here,
Yeah.
that there's sand between the lawn and the water.
Mhm.
As mentioned, this is not a plan. Was not the design intent. This was meant as sort of an illustration. These go back and forth between being hand drawn in the beginning of the project and then modeled by computer later on to provide a more realistic rendering. But they are not perfect. I mean, you can see, the dock is shown as white. We haven't specified the color for that material yet. I think the construction of the picnic pavilion has since changed. There are numerous
This
things.
is the dock in this?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
right. Yeah. Okay. So if you pan down, so when you look at these photos of the beach furniture, you can see that there's already sand and logs that are present at the shoreline. The
Yeah.
intent is that that's the sand that's shown in that image.
Yeah.
Obviously, people wouldn't be dressed like that in the wintertime when the lake is low and more of that sand is showing. So if anything, that's probably my issue with that photo is that I think, we probably needed to raise the lake level a bit, make that sand shown narrower. If I had known that it was going to cause any of this commotion, it
Yeah.
would have been something that we fixed in the rendering. But for the purpose of engaging with the public, that's what this was a device for, and nobody commented on the sand. So,
Mhm. Okay. So you're not planning
my
on
apologies.
no additional sand is being brought in.
No, in terms of long-term lawn maintenance, I know, in lieu of fertilizer, sometimes they'll put sand in there, but we don't know how Lake Forest Park maintains its lawns. It's considered a good practice for drainage, but anyway, we don't intend to, as part of this project, put any sand on this lawn
Okay.
of any kind, especially not in a beach creation like this is implying.
No beach creation. Okay.
Right. The beach there.
Yeah.
Yeah, works.
This beach works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. All right. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you so much.
Okay. We have two choices. It's after 5. That was the time we said we were going to today. We can stop now and continue tomorrow. As you'll recall, that has to be at 2 o'clock. Can't be earlier, or 1 o'clock rather, can't be earlier. My pre-hearing conference may take less time, but I just can't schedule these to overlap. That's life. Or we can continue on for a while if people want to. I don't know how long Mr. Aneker's questions might be of Ms. McClusick. I kind of expect probably more than a half an hour.
I don't think it's going to be. I think a half hour might be about right. I don't have as many as you might expect from me.
There's only, at this point so far, there's only one question that I want to ask. Actually, two. One's a one-word question for an answer, and then the other one's going to be a little bit longer. I was tempted to ask it when one of the exhibits was up earlier, just thinking, she's on that page. Why don't I just ask my stupid question and get it over with? But trying to play by the rules, I didn't.
I am happy to stand down and let you ask your one question.
You want to do
Yeah.
that? Okay, I've got two questions. The first one, the device that's put into the monitoring well for measuring water levels. Am I correct that that is sometimes called a piezometer?
I think it's piezometer, but
Or
the
however you say it.
geotechnical engineer called it a transducer. So I don't
Okay.
know if it's gotten fancier, better, yeah.
I've
I
never been
don't know
great
the
at
difference.
pronouncing it, but I am aware of the device that you're talking about.
Yeah.
My longer answer question, in all of the design alternatives and considering the physical characteristics of areas of the property, did the design team ever consider giving up, if you will, on wetland B, except for the eastern end where it connects up with A and gets overlapped up there near the seawall,
What do you mean by giving up?
getting rid of it,
I don't know why we would have to.
or just plain
Yeah.
leaving it and not
Mhm.
fencing it, not
Right.
marking it, not trying to scare the bejeepers out of people that you can't walk across here and then watching them go anyway. But did that come into it? Did anybody in the team consciously say, if we did that, how would we mitigate for it? Is it a trade-off that's worth it? Uh,
Sure.
I'm just curious.
I would say no. We didn't ever think of just saying, out with wetland B. It was really, what is it currently doing? What is it currently offering? What would it take to lose it? And why, even though parts of it may be in a compromised state and we're going to maintain them effectively as they've always been maintained, why do away with it entirely, I suppose? But I think I get the gist of your question is that if I don't want to speak for you, obviously, but you know, should we have effectively paper filled a portion of it? And
That's
I
the
would,
term I would have used. Yeah,
yeah,
paper fill.
right.
Just
And
it's there, but
Mhm.
we're not going to try and physically preserve it with a fence or with signs or what have you. We're just going to
Right.
let it there and we'll mitigate elsewhere. In a,
Sure.
instead of covered with invasive species, which everybody so far is saying you probably couldn't get rid of even if you wanted to.
It takes a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
just wondered.
In
I'm
the
thinking,
past, Mhm.
my thinking is
Sure.
in part thinking of it from the perspective of a park user.
Mhm.
And what effect is this going to have on me as a park user? I come into the park, I look out at the beautiful lake, and I see a row of signs saying, this is a wetland, get the heck off it, or stay the heck off it. I don't know.
Mhm.
Maybe I'm too practical sometimes.
Yeah, no, I think that's a wise consideration. In the past, when I have worked on paper fill projects, and it hasn't been many, it's probably been two or three. It has been the paper fill is occurring because there's some part of the critical wetland functioning that we are doing away with. We're disrupting the hydrologic connection. We're doing something where we think that the failure of the wetland is inevitable. And in this case, I would say that that's not happening. We are removing the
Okay.
bulkhead. It may mean that the shape of the wetland changes over time. By removing it, we're kind of strengthening its connection to the lake. There are parts of the buffer that we're restoring, but it's not like we're bringing a paved patio over it. It's not like we're proposing to put a dock through it where we don't want it to be counted as wetland necessarily anymore. Maintaining the historic use and management of a portion of it still lets it be there in some circumstance.
Okay. My guess would be in terms of when the bulkhead's removed, I would give you 1 year cycle and the shape of that's going to be vastly changed. Wave action is going to get rid of that corner. That's my guess. It won't be there.
I hope you come out a year after the bulkhead comes out because it will be interesting to see. Yeah.
Okay, now, Mr. Aneker, do you want to ask her, go ahead and ask her your questions, or do you want to wait and do it tomorrow? I leave it entirely to you, since nobody else is yelling at me for wanting to continue the hearing for a few minutes.
Yeah. You know, let's just get it over with.
Okay.
Let's just get it over with.
Have at
All
it.
right. Good evening, and it is now evening, Miss McClusack. Am I
McClusack.
finally getting your name right?
That was pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying. I mean, as you can tell, I have challenges myself with other people pronouncing my name. So.
You're better with it than I'm doing. I know I'm just all over the place, and I apologize profusely.
It's okay.
Okay. Let's just go straight to wetland B because we were just talking about that.
Sure.
Does the park not work as designed if people are unable to access wetland B?
Yes.
Okay. The park does not work as designed.
Yeah, you said does the park, so
Okay.
I'm going to flip that to remove the negatives. Would the park work as designed if people could not get to wetland B? Right? That's the question?
Yes, that's the question. It's late, but that is the
yeah,
question.
it's late for both of us. It's been quite the marathon. Yes. Right? Sorry, now I've flipped it in my own head. Will you ask it again? My apologies.
Maybe we should start tomorrow morning.
Making a good case for it, but will the park work as designed if people are not allowed to access wetland B? In other words, human beings using the park are barred somehow from entering wetland B. Does the park still function?
No.
Does the SMP allow the active use of the wetland itself, not the buffer, the wetland itself, without a variance?
I can't answer that question. Would be a process question for Kenny Booth or
Okay.
David Greetham. Yeah.
So,
Or a legal question for Ms. Pratt and you to debate. Throw me in the mix too.
yes, no, I think you're going to hear a lot about it, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Back to you, Ms. McClusack.
Mm-hmm.
If we remember back, you're showing the picture of the meeting with the puzzle pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe you said, and you're allowed to clarify here, that the puzzle piece exercise yielded about 12 to 13 different concepts.
Something like that. Yeah, it's, you have to multiply, option 1A by all the derivations of the other options, but I'm pretty sure that when we counted, it was something like that. Yeah.
Okay. And were all of these or any of these concepts evaluated for which would require the minimum variance?
It would not have been relevant because the core critical thing was what is necessary for the park project to provide the needs of the community.
So the answer is no, they were not. These 12 to 13 designs concepts were not evaluated for which would result in the minimum variance.
No, because ultimately all except the one that was chosen did not meet the needs of the community and the project.
Okay. And of those 12 to 13 concepts evaluated, were any evaluated by an ecologist for the minimum impact to wetlands?
So elements of the design this has been all in conversation with ecologists for the duration. So with the first conversation that we have with them occurs at the site assessment portion. So when we saw the 2012 or the 2018 image that was in Exhibit 42, the 2018 concept, as far as I know, may not have been discussed with an ecologist because delineations had not occurred at that time. But then the first step of our process was having those site visits done. And so every subsequent discussion and conversation would have happened with an ecologist or with someone with extensive project development around critical areas and with critical areas. So Kenny, being a planner, is not just a planner, he's an environmental planner who spent, decades doing specifically projects like this. Myself, I'm a landscape architect, but I don't work on projects that don't have critical area complexities. And so in terms of the sequence of, avoidance, minimization, and mitigation, that's core to our process. If this project didn't have these critical areas, we would not have gone after it. It's not the type of work that we do. So even though you may say, Kenny's not an ecologist, I'm not an ecologist, we have training specific to development in and around these critical areas. Me from a design and human use perspective, Kenny from a regulatory and permitting perspective, Ryan from a very literal ecological perspective. Other members of our team, I know you've heard Rowan's name. Rowan is a landscape designer. He has a master's in landscape architecture. He also is a professional, or he's a wetland ecologist. He's also a certified arborist. April, who's on my team, she's a landscape designer. She's a professional wetland scientist, or she's a wetland scientist as well. She's a certified arborist and she's a horticulturalist. This is really specifically what we do. And so the idea that there would be an ecologist on this project, our firm just doesn't work like that. Everything that we do is
So the answer is no, those 12 to 13 concepts were not evaluated by an ecologist.
No, the answer is yes. The answer is one of the first voices to speak on this project was the ecologist, and ecology of this site and of this project was present in every single step that moved those designs forward.
Okay, I thought that you said that ecologists had not gotten involved at the point of these puzzle piece concepts.
No, I said that the first people to be involved were ecologists. On the 2018 concept that the city used to get a grant from RCO to acquire the property, that's the one that I was not involved with, and so I can't speak to whether an ecologist was involved either. But when I was hired, if you go back to, it's in the public records of the city's contract with Facet, the first thing that we do is get an ecologist out to the site and start looking at it. And so everything is based on that as the project moves forward.
Was there a significant change, and I'll explain what I mean by that. Was there a significant change in the design concept after these 12 to 13 concepts? And now what I mean by a significant change is something, it's not the example that you gave us earlier between the 50% and the 70% where, one island of planting got larger or one viewing station moved. I mean, in terms of programmatic changes, like where, what size is the dock, what buildings are we keeping, those large scale ideas. Do you get what I'm getting at here?
I feel like you're getting at something but not saying it. Do you want to just ask me what the thing is that you want to ask about?
I'm asking, has there been a major change in the design concept since the 12 to 13 concepts that you got at that meeting with the puzzle pieces?
I would say no. I mean, those puzzle pieces, that formed the schematic design drawing. Basically, what came out of that was this is going to be the schematic design. Is it okay to move ahead with, contract phase 2 to now take this idea to permitting and use it to get grants? That's what that was the approval of the council that Corey was talking about before.
Okay.
Programmatically, I don't recall what you're talking about. We have you know, if you imagine like an old microscope, there's like coarse adjust, right? Where you can get blurry and not blurry. And then there's like fine adjust where you're like tuning in to make it real clear. I would say that the coarse adjust turning was done at the schematic design period, but that fine adjust knob, you still have to adjust until the project gets to 100% design.
You talked a little bit about the geotechnical monitoring earlier at the very beginning of your testimony.
The borings and
Yeah, the borings. And I believe you said you had 6 months of data now.
Yes, we received a report of a graph of 6 months of data.
Is that report in the record anywhere?
No, because it's not complete information. And so again, that what you saw in the preliminary geotechnical report in the groundwater section said that when 1 year of monitoring was complete, then the report would be updated. And unfortunately, when they did that 6 months and then went to get the subsequent 6 months, they found that those monitoring units had stopped working at some point and it missed a gap of time. And so we don't have the full year. And so they're still installed on the site. They're still collecting data. Once the geotechnical engineer is satisfied with the 1 year of data that they have, then they will issue the full result and it will be updated in the report.
And so that information is not going to be before the hearing exam.
I can share the graph if you want me to. It represents a 6-month picture following when they were first installed.
Why not? Let's get that.
Okay, sure. Give me a moment.
This will be Exhibit 64.
Okay, I have the graph and I have, so I'll show to you here. I made a PDF of the email that the geotechnical engineer sent to me. Okay, so this is the geotechnical engineer's email, and this came March of last year, where this was the 6 months. And so he sent it at this point, so you can see that it would have been, 6 months would have been September of 2020. The subsequent 6 months would have been like the next period of 6 months. And then, now basically would have been effectively one year from that date. So this is when they started monitoring. So attached to this email, so I'll string these into one exhibit for the benefit of the exhibit here. This email that describes what he's talking about, and then the graph that you can see was attached as an attachment. Okay, so this is the graph. So the graph shows those 2 points, and I'm going to flip back to the geotechnical report. That's these locations that we already looked at. So I'm on PDF page 5 of exhibit 13. There's the blue points, 1P24 and 4P24. Those names correspond with the ones in the graph. 1P and 4P, what the ground elevation was, what the shallowest water depth was, what the deepest water depth was, and then the period of September to March. And then when going back out, so continuing, through March of 2025, going back out to what would be September of 2025, that's when they realized that the subsequent 6-month period was not complete. It had gaps in the data. So they never finished the full 1 year of monitoring, and they never issued another graph outside of this one. So this is not complete information that satisfies that 4th paragraph of the groundwater monitoring part of the report, where we would have updated the report based on it.
I was going to ask you what the blue line is, but I see there is a legend for it, so I won't ask that.
Right. And I mean, you can see, how the peaks in these behavior respond to peaks in precipitation. So that's what that is. That blue line is daily precipitation, and then this is the well data, monitoring data.
And just for the record, this when we're all talking about well monitoring data, this is or is not data from that old well that was found near the corner of the main house.
That's correct. It has nothing to do with those. And
Okay.
actually, that well would be, I'm back on page 35 of Exhibit 13, the geotechnical report, and that well is not on the survey. Again, this was something that we found later, is here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Now, I know that there had been reference made to the groundwater monitoring, Mr. Aneker, in your information saying, well, why don't we have this? Couldn't that have helped us to settle this information about wetland pits and DP 12 and DP 9 and 13? I would say the answer is no. These are located well upland of that. They're, north of the 20-foot contour. All of the wetland things that were at issue were down in this area. So as much as I wish that I have a 1-year report to give you that could put some conclusion to some of those other things that you seem to be asking about, I don't think that this information is going to help you relative to that.
So is 4P in a wetland?
Up here, no.
No? Okay.
No.
But it's upland of the monitoring or of the wetland test pits, correct?
Yeah, all the wetland test pits are like down in this area, I think. We'd have to go to the report exactly. Unfortunately, I don't have these points exactly on 2 of any exhibit where I can overlay them exactly, but
so
yeah.
you've testified you have a lot of experience with site conditions. So a water table, does that usually stay at the same, I guess, as you go up a foot in elevation, does the water table get deeper? Is it at a level point for the whole?
No, it's
Like-
variable. Yeah. I mean, there's
Variable.
different things happening in the ground stratigraphy that can affect the way that groundwater presents when it's near the surface or not. That's why we do these borings and the monitoring and wells and things like that.
Okay. You mentioned desire paths, correct?
I just as a thing.
Yes, you
Yeah,
testified
yeah,
about desire paths forming on lawns. Do you expect
I mentioned them.
do you expect desire paths to form on the lawn in the project?
No, I don't.
Okay, why not?
I don't because, looking at the lawn, it doesn't have any currently when we look back through aerial photographs that showed, when people were living in these. We have aerial photographs, and there's one of 1936, but, obviously the house wasn't there then. But then from 1998, we have them really pretty consistent years, 1998, 2002, 2005, 2017, 2012, all the way up to current. And we know that there were vacationing people happening here. It's very apparent from the leaf-on condition of some of those aerial photographs that there were, it was summertime. So we could presume that people were recreating. We don't have there's no evidence that desire paths have shown up on this property. You can also look at more widely used properties like the Civic Club next door. It doesn't seem to indicate that there are desire paths forming in the lawn. And part of that, I think, is just because there's not focused traffic. If we were to focus people down to a narrow path where there would be repeated foot strike in a certain area, we would expect a path to form. But the dispersion of people across a swath of lawn, like happens at the Civic Club and has been here and is proposed to happen here, I wouldn't expect one to show up, no.
You will not believe this, but I have no further questions at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. It is essentially 5:30 p.m. We will momentarily recess for the evening, reconvening at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Since this is a continuation to a date and time certain, there is no need for public notice, nor will any be given. Is there anything anybody needs to say before I say we're recessed? No? Okay, then I thank you all. We stand at recess until tomorrow at 1 p.m.